Welcome, misfits, to this episode of Midnight Ranting. Prosperity, Smoshperity, or rather, prosperity theology. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun worth its weight in gold. I want to thank everyone for joining us on the intertubes. I don't know how they make it out there. Gotta get those 5G chips embedded. Oh, so much easier.
That's what she said.
Oh, baby. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And hit that bell icon to all so you can see our premieres or join our live streams. Hi, intertubes. We are a skeptic channel, but after the hosts have our statements and we may have a fun video or two, we're going to be opening up the floodgates, or rather, the open mic, so you can say what's on your mind. And we'll let anyone have their own opening and closing statement, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just on the sheets. I was just trying to get my shake weights, and you're going to go and do that? I was just trying to exercise, people. Exercise. It's healthy diet.
Your arms are jelly after that 18-hour marathon you just got done with. For those of you who don't know, Amy's been doing grueling 18-hour daily marathons, inspired by the preacher, to find herself. And basically her arms are jelly at this point. So
arms are jelly, knees weak, arms are spaghetti. All right. But also, it's also 18 hours of porn, which I
with this fucking cat.
But also, you can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, woohoo, which helps us make more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Eventually He Went for the Head, Thor, but also KO Champ. KO Champ. Woohoo. Send in love, KO Champ. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you gotta really. Are you really worthy? It's kind of. I mean, not
worthy
you,
of the SpongeBob trophy.
Because when I try and hold it,
still need to get your SpongeBob prop.
Yes, well, I normally have my yellow booklet that I use as an improv. But Thor actually has two. I need to get like that, and then I also need to get the axe, which is made from Groot's hand. But yes, I gotta get a SpongeBob so I can hit it. You got SpongeBob logic over there you're using. Oh, are you telling me that you came from a 15-foot whale and moving forward? But also, Oz from the Atheist Roundtable and Tang, the Atheist Network Group. That tastes tangy. I actually like Tang and sweet and sour and all that stuff in general. But also check out tickets on sale now to the Better event in October. Woo-hoo. Better conversations, better
and that's
people.
Right. Chessus, he was an inspiration to us all, the preacher, and that stream will be burned into my memory and Probably many other people's memories for years to come.
It was like I knew it was gonna. I was gonna say a tsunami. I'll just use the expression. I knew it was gonna be a marathon when we were 2 hours in, and we were 15 minutes into the video. I was like, I could feel like just a mental backpack. I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be. We're doing this for a little while. All right, Sherpa. Let us go in and we will view the wilderness of the Bible. And we did. Are you convinced, James? Are you convinced?
Not yet. Maybe another 10-hour marathon. And but I mean, the preacher, he's probably right now in the middle of one of his 18-hour daily marathon sessions of reading the Bible.
That being said, we are sending him love, sending all of our Theist brothers and Theist love.
He sounded like a nice person. He's just got some very interesting ideas. Yeah, there you go.
Well, the thing is, and I say this, it's like how far can you go down? Because he's still not down further than Snake Boy. I feel like Snake Boy is our limit. I feel like that, and just the confidence that he was able to come in there and just say, listen. Yeah. No, I get. Are they all preachers? No, Snake Boy. They might all be preachers or call themselves preachers. Who the hell knows? But no, Snake Boy. Just his audacity to really come in here with a confidence. It's the same with, I feel like, a flat earther who just knows that their shit is just gonna get denied out the gate, and so they just have to have this confidence and this swagger that makes people have to second guess, did they really just have it, and maybe they should shut up because maybe he really didn't say that out loud. Maybe it was them and they hallucinated. So you listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the snake that is orbiting the earth.
Aaron Ra's going to go in the snake.
In the snake.
I'm going to go in the snake
orbiting the earth. I don't want to go in the snake with Aaron. Exactly. If you don't want to go to hell in the snake, orbiting the earth, you just gotta follow Jesus. That's all it is, baby. Just gotta follow. Which is a weird tie. I feel like if you're gonna go snake orbiting the earth, you just might as go. Ultron came back and he's teaming up with Thanos. I forget the villain in Cinderella. You know, they're really going all out and coming together and fighting. But really, you're going to tie me right back to Jesus? We went with a snake. I mean, we were about to, like, that is a 300. That's basically a pantheon god. We were about to 300 this bitch and climb on it. All right, we're going to climb on the snake. But then you just go to hell in the snake? That's boring. Come on, man. Come on.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. We are Midnight Ranting tonight. But also Ian Davenport.
Ian's in chat tonight. Looks like Ian's got to work early tomorrow, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I will say, just like the TVA, time just kind of works weird here. I'm not sure if it's day or night anymore. But Ian, we are sending you love.
Yeah. The clock is running backwards. It's crazy. That means lunch won't be until yesterday.
Now, a little, not Easter egg, but just a thing if you're watching the Loki series, all the TVA clocks, they basically have arrows pointing in multiple directions, so it's almost like time is clicking in all 12 very cool aesthetic looking clocks. Check it out.
Like a three-dimensional time.
A Marvel shill. Yeah, or basically just it's almost like it's a cuckoo clock, basically. Can't even tell. But also Pat looking across the pond and sending love. And go check out Ancient flying myths of the Mesopotamia and Mediterranean.
He just posted some nice pictures from his expedition, so if you want to see those of, I
Yes.
don't know if you call it a shrine or an old church that apparently people there have some superstitions about.
Yeah, I was gonna say basically he was like, Wu is still alive and well. It doesn't matter
Absolutely.
where we are in the world, and in some ways you go, those are beautiful pictures, and I enjoy just the aesthetics of it, and then in other ways you're like, oh, superstition, should you really believe?
I said we could build a shrine with a 15-foot whale appendage and say, hey, if you come up and you attach envelopes full of cash to it, you'll have good luck for the next 10 years. We promise. Really, we
Oh,
do.
baby.
Yeah.
Here you go, baby. Just send in all that money to the big 15-foot. And we are also sending love to We Just Like to Be. We can't help ourselves as we fight the YouTube censors here. I just want to tell you how much that we love our grumpy old. And actually, what I generally feel about this subject, because it's one of those passionate subjects, it's kind of one of those reasons that kind of pushes you to the anti-theism. But also a grumpy old
curse.
Thank you so much, Grumpy.
Thank you.
Send in love. But, I mean, it's something that honestly I think even draws a lot of theists to be like, no, we agree with you.
I'll say hi.
This is kind of you can feel the snake oil coming off of the prosperity gospel. Is that
Gizmo,
you that's speaking? Hi, Gizmo.
Yeah.
This is always a very, I would say, just other animal stream friendly. You want to bring on Gizmo, feel free to watch.
I'm sure he'll chime in at some point.
I agree. It'll probably be the quote of the night. And also, Diana Smith, three princesses in one. And I will say that this is going to be now. This is going to be the theme of the night. Is prosperity, and really, it's talking about what you get when, I don't know, even with a lottery ticket, you have a chance of getting something. With the prosperity gospel, all of the promises conveniently.
Yeah, well, you get it. You just have to wait till you're dead, and then you get it. Trust us. We promise you will get it back.
You gotta be 6 feet under. That's the problem. Is that kind of guess, or at least if you don't have the promises fulfilled during this life, that at least is where the complaint department is.
Yeah.
We're down here.
Yeah.
Up, down,
Smokey
all
saying
around.
Take your complaint.
Yeah, well, it's just funny that every individual theist, it's hard because if someone on the same pew, even I was going to say even different pews has different ideas, but holy moly, someone on the same pew, probably all 5 people sitting down, have a different version of theology. And if they were probably to sit down and really go into it, I feel like the pitchforks, that's where the schism starts to come.
Yeah.
Also, that's what she said.
Then you split off and you form a new sect, a new denomination, and sure enough, within a few days, there will be differences even among them about what they believe and everything. It's because the Bible is so big and so vague and so vacuous that it's very pliable. You can support just about anything you want with verses in that, and someone else can support the exact opposite of you did. It's all in there. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. It's just
They can't all be right, but they can all be wrong. That's the
book of cafeteria. Oh, I'll take that. And you know what? That doesn't look good, but you know what? I'll take that, please. Later, please. Anybody? Yeah. But I will say, I'm just sending love to the non-believer community. Because I will say about the non-believers, that is the great thing. That even though we are cats, basically, I think Peter has a lovely show, Herding Cats, because we are just coming in as human beings, and like the whole foundation is just not kind of believing bullshit. It's a great foundation that we all just come in here, and when we do have differences, we're like, oh, we should talk about it. Okay, good conversation. You want to get pizza?
Nobody's going to go to hell. Nobody's, we might disagree about things, but it's not that serious,
Exactly. None of us have to threaten each other at the end of the conversation when we think each other were wrong with eternal damnation.
Yeah. Listen, if you don't agree with me, Amy, then after you die, God will do really mean things to you. You don't want that, do you?
Yeah, somehow it's the mean things, the burning flesh forever. Why? Because, and here we go. Let's put the scoreboard up. We have non-belief. Ding, 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 ding. We have maybe just didn't believe the right religion. Ding, 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 ding. We have didn't believe the right sect of that religion. Ding, 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 ding. I mean, woo! It could go anywhere, people. Just throw darts.
And then you have the serial killer who, tells God he's really sorry before he dies, and then he gets in. I'm sorry about all that.
But James, he really meant it. Both the killing and the fact that he's very sorry right now.
Right, yeah. Because, hey, we're all the same, right? I mean, you've exceeded the posted speed limits a couple times in your life. You've broken the law. So, I mean, he just broke a different law than you. Is it really that much different? Only God can judge you, Amy. Only God can judge.
Only God can judge us, okay? Including the person that the serial killer sent up to heaven. They're also being judged. Isn't that funny? Whew, how time flies.
Ironically, if their victim wasn't a believer, then the killer will go to heaven and the victim will be burning forever.
Oh, isn't that great, James? Yeah. But it's just, you know why? They both had a chance. Both had a choice with that wonderful free will ticket that it says somewhere, I don't know, in the terms of service that it doesn't actually say in the Bible.
Well, I mean, you got to imagine this. Like, you're walking along and God comes up behind you and he's got a blank check out in front of you and he holds that out in front of you. But he's also got a knife that he puts up to your throat. And all you have to do is reach out and take that blank check and it's yours. But if you don't, he will have no hesitation about gutting you and chopping you up into little pieces because he loves you.
Because he loves us, James. That's the thing.
God is love.
He sends us to hell because he loves us.
It's the best place for the people who go there. They sent themselves. It's where they want to be. They chose it. They chose it. It's what they wanted.
Exactly. Honestly, I love it where it's toasty. I'm more of a summer person anyway. Yeah. And not just Pat, but also love you, Pat. But also, we are gathering the skepticism. And this really is kind of the symbolism. Like, I am a little bit Like that sounds really? Send us your money. Really? And the money, oh, where does it go? It to the poor kids, right? Oh, it goes to to you. Oh, goes to you so you can make all of us more rich. I get. Oh,
Right.
see, now the prosperity gospel is making sense. See, now
So
it's
if you
making
go
sense.
on drdino.com and you buy a bunch of stuff from his website, then he'll take that money and he'll build more of these high-tech scientific experiment rubber band flipping booths that he's got around DAL. And yeah, it's a wonderful science lesson, how to shoot rubber bands. So
Oh,
that's
I'll
where
be
your
honest with
DVD money
you.
goes to.
I want to go to Dinosaur Adventureland, but the odds of us getting thrown out are pretty much 1 in 1.
It would be
Like,
just a
I
question of
want to go.
how long it took Kent to figure out that what was going on here. That would be the only
Exactly.
thing.
We should have a stopwatch at the bottom. It's totally going to happen eventually, though. I will say that.
The dream would be to go there with Aaron
Oh,
Ra, just so you could see Kent. Just the
I
look on
want.
Kent's face when Aaron Ra hopped out of the truck or something. It would just be
There's a
so
piece of
priceless.
me. There's a piece of me that wants to go there with glasses and a Hawaiian T-shirt, but that would. Oh, oh.
Ask him about his extensive
Like,
studies of whale phallic length size.
oh God! See that now you're just making me plan it out more. Also, Kent, if you're listening, I totally would not do this.
Hi, my name
But
is Amy
wouldn't
Newman.
it be
That's
so great to have like the entire outfit, a giant SpongeBob, and just have a backpack with nothing but like the giantest, let's just say, phallic object I could have. And the moment that they kicked me out, they would have to grab the backpack, and they would feel that one moment where they would feel they'd want to get power and they'd want to open the backpack. Ah, ah. It'd be like the it'd be like the sequel version that I unintentionally go check that bit out. Also,
dreams, goals.
goals, backpack
Thank you,
goals.
Dale.
So
Thank you, Dale Pastel. Yeah.
Pastel. Woo-hoo. I can't help it. We start talking about 15-foot and regions.
Yeah, yeah. That always catches her
Thank you
attention.
so
Thank you,
very much.
Regos.
Regos, our thespian skull that we do in our Bible studies, which we just hit episode 40, and we are in the 4th book of the Bible, the book of Numbers, because
Did
we're
numbers 2 and
numbering
3.
along. That's right. We just did chapters 2 and 3, which means we are into it, baby. In.
So chapter 1, we did a census, then we did another census, and yeah. Then we
Yeah,
did a census
heart
of the
pounding
Levites.
stuff. I mean, it's living up to its name, but it's not exactly riveting, except for the fact that they doubled down. Either they retold the story, or
I believe it's a
he is.
doubling. Yeah, I believe it's
Yeah,
four
I
four
hope it is
sons.
because I even though
No,
that's just as horrible,
it's
but
two
like,
separate incidents, 4
whew,
sons. Yeah, it wasn't a retelling of it. Yeah, I checked that. The names are
well,
different both
I
times.
mean, then he just doubles down. It still sucks. I mean, whatever strange fire is, don't frickin' put it in front of God, because he will fucking Thanos your ass faster than nothing else. Okay, no strange fire, no me gusta. So thank you to all of our Patreons. You're what make this possible, along with our viewers, sending love to all of you
Our
and the
lovable
people
audience.
in
Yep.
chat. And with that,
What does the rage say? Sinners and saints, moral degenerates. Yeah. Blasphemous bastards.
blasphemous bastards. Well, we kind of are doing that tonight, I will tell you. So, prosperity, smoshperity. Or rather, prosperity theology, which was a new term for me. However, I sure remember them on my television set. That's because these sort of preachers have the money to get big ads real easy, which in turn nets them a big audience and a whole lot of money. In fact, many of the preachers that we're going to talk about tonight have not one, but an array of planes. And I'm not hating, but if you're the Jerry Seinfeld of planes, then damn, you got money. And where does all this money come from? Well, that brings us to the prosperity gospel, or all the quote-unquote blessings seem to come the church's way. You see, in this doctrine, given wealth shows how much you love God. Those donations are a test of our faith. And they will in turn result in God giving His blessing right on back to you. This is where I would like to ask if there's a money-back guarantee. Generally speaking, the airport and fancy suits they own make me think that's a hard no. Though don't worry, us peasants are doing what's called seeding. Or gamification, tithing edition. Seeds are the small donations that you send so that your preacher's teeth could be much shinier. Each donation grows our personal imaginary tree that will one day make you rich. We just need to have faith in the seeds that we send them. Though, make sure we keep sending those paychecks. Just like Scientology, the latest RPG game, or the series Lost, you can't know everything at the beginning. Often throughout these stages of seeds, there will be tasks that need to be done and new levels of money to be sent. You see, because one day you'll have a fruitful tree.
Not a fig tree.
Not a fig tree. Though funny enough, there only seems to be one person gaining. These preachers' bank accounts. And the people losing are those in pain. These are the people the prosperity gospel preys on most. Don't worry about your debt. Tell your mortgage to go screw itself. Send everything you can as a seed to someone seedy and let God take care of the rest. Better yet, or should I say worse, if you have an untreatable illness, why not give some seed money towards the preacher? Which is what they will often suggest for many in illness. While all of it is tax-free. Meaning that these preachers get millions of dollars without any real promise of giving a cent back to the greater good. See? I agree, yeah. Gizmo. Told you right there. And if someone's illness doesn't go away, if the collectors come for the debt, my guess is that the bank isn't going to accept seeds, and neither should you.
If Amy was the banker, she would.
That's right. Well, I would definitely allow seed donations. That is to say, let's not accept any nonsense theology selling prosperity. Thank you. Woohoo! With that, how are you tonight, James? And are you ready to have some fun worth prospering over?
Yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to go. What do you think? So, so this is a kind of a unifying topic. I think we'll get probably widespread agreement among viewers and skeptics and probably most Christians alike. But to start off, so me as an atheist, of course, I feel that any amount of money going to religion is pretty much a waste. You could spend that money on virtually anything else and it would do more good. So religion is one of the least efficient, worst ways you can spend your money on. But be that as it may, people do believe and they want to form communities of other people that believe, and we're not for forced atheism. We're not for outlawing religion. Religion will die on its own. Anytime you go and you try to outlaw something or use force to prevent it, it just goes underground, and that's not even necessary. It will fade out on its own. So, yeah, Christians and people of other faiths, they are going to band together, and they are going to want to hire pastors and imams and rabbis who study the scriptures and the theology and can mentor them and teach them about the faith. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not suggesting that every that pastors and rabbis, members of the clergy, should have to live in squalor, that they should be living in, abject poverty. But it just does say something when you've got these pastors who have multiple houses, multiple $1 million houses, fleets of fancy cars, $1 million jets. I mean, what are they in this for? And there's con men everywhere, right? There's all sorts of scams going on out there, and I view this as just another scam. And it's not just the preachers who are upfront about prosperity, but it's preachers that use Christianity as a money-making tool, that prey upon the naive believers in their flock to get more money out of them. And they have got a variety of tricks up their sleeve, but Um, I mean, the great James Randi, we know he exposed Peter Popov back in the 1980s. Peter Popov would hold, he was a faith healer, and he would hold conferences, seminars, I guess, at the church, and you could go there and you'd fill out a prayer card if you wanted them to pray for anything in your family or whatnot. And Peter would go up, and his wife would be relaying him information from the prayer cards, and he would say, "Oh, do we have somebody in here from Peoria, Illinois? Yes, yes, we do. And your brother, he's got cancer, doesn't he? Well, I want you to know that Lord is burning that cancer out right now. He's being healed right now." And of course, we can't verify that right away. So, a few minutes, half an hour later, of course, the offering plate comes by, and hey, guy just healed your brother from cancer, so you might as well put a little bit of money in there. And yeah, that's just one of the ways that this works. But the insidious nature of it, the uber predatory nature of it, is when, and growing up in a Christian household in the late 80s, early 90s, half the time when I wake up in the morning, my mom would have TBN on, and so I'd be eating my cereal, getting ready for school, and there'd be TBN on. And of course, 80% of the time, they're asking for money. They have a prayer line, which if you call, they'll say a prayer for a few minutes, but then they will try to fleece you out of money. And they're always looking for money, but they come up with this notion that you need to take a leap of faith for God. And that is to say, you need to pick up that phone and give us more than you can afford to give us, and put the onus on God to make sure your bills get paid. So if you've got money at home for rent, take that money, give it to us, and God will make sure your rent gets paid somehow. And if not, then you'll get it back in the next lifetime. God takes care of the birds in the sky, and how much more important are you than them? So don't worry about it, but you have to have faith. Remember, faith can move mountains, right? You can do anything with faith. So if you really and truly believe in your heart that you giving your rent money, or your money for your spouse's medical care, your kid's college fund, if you give that to them, God is just going to pour those blessings out on you like you've never received before. And I saw a clip. It was from a guy who he was like a televangelist, maybe back in the late 70s, early 80s, and he actually became an atheist about halfway through his career. He said he stopped believing in it, but he kept on doing it, kept on going to preach, because he was making so much money doing it. He would go out to these churches and he would make a killing. And he used to say, hey, I'm on TV. I say that the Lord is telling me that there's an older woman, a widow. She's retired, and the Lord's moving on my heart that she's got some money in a tin jar in the kitchen, and that's her rent money. And the Lord is moving on me to say that if you will trust Him enough to give that money for the Lord, then God will make sure you get taken care of. And it's just one of the most predatory, evil schemes imaginable. You're taking people who are naive, people who really do believe this stuff, and they really do think it's going to be a good investment. But there's been cons throughout all time. Look at a guy maybe in the past century. He decides one day that, hey, psychiatry is bullshit. You don't need anything like that. I can do way better. A lot of these double-blind placebo-tested drugs, those are worthless. I can do much better than that. Stop taking your meds. Stop going to the psychiatrist. Hold this tin can, and I will cure your mental illness. And the FDA said, actually, you can't make those claims without any evidence to back. You can't tell mentally ill people that they need to stop taking their medication and instead go to you when you don't have anything to support that. And he just put his middle finger up and said, okay, now it's a church. What you gonna do now? And they oh, okay, call it the church now. There's nothing we can do. It's religion. People have a right to practice their religion. There you go. And, of course, as Amy mentioned, they are still in operation today. And yeah, it's definitely something that makes a lot of people mad, especially when you look into it and you see the predatory nature, the selling a invisible product, the false promises. And you could actually tell. You could actually tell. I've been able to went to a few different churches in my day. You could tell when a particular church is having money problems, when they're having a hard time paying all their bills, their collections are down. It's because they'll have people talking about money all the time. One time in particular, wasn't a church I went to, but it was out of town, and they had a lady go up on stage. She was talking about money and personal finances, and she said that she and her husband, that they had sat down, they had looked over their finances, they looked over their income, their expenditures, and they found something that would fit within, that would be able to, pay all their bills, get everything that they needed taken care of, and the residual they could give to the church. So that after they figured that out, they just doubled the amount they were going to give to the church and figure out something else for all the rest of the bills. I don't know. Maybe the electric's not getting paid. Maybe no water. Maybe there's not going to be any food in the house for a week. I don't know how you make that work, but that's what they were advocating, and it works. It works. People do it today. It works. If you take the Catholic model, which is where their priests actually have no property whatsoever, the church pays for their room and board. They get a small stipend, walking around money, but they don't get like a real salary. That's at least they're not in it to make money. But these preachers we're going to be talking about today, they view this as a money making operation. They are selling God. They're selling you the idea of eternal life, and I think it's ridiculous. But what do you think, Amy?
Yeah, I feel like it's a Ponzi scheme. And
Yeah, it is.
All right. I'm going back and forth. I'm looking at that guy. Is that video? Is that video? His name is Creflo Dollar.
Yeah.
Is that video Creative Commons, or is it just a video?
I don't know if it's Creative Commons or not.
Probably watch a little bit of it.
It would be. We don't have to watch the whole thing. I just thought it would be. It's fair use because we're critiquing it, but yeah, if it's not a gold mine, we can always cut it short.
And I will say, I'm going to start saying hi to everybody in chat, and we'll possibly go to open mic in a second so you can tell us what you think about the prosperity gospel. But just that name, if it's his real name and that's just a coincidence.
Yeah, no, that's his real name.
That's as fine as he was born. It's just
it's
on the nose.
No irony. Yeah, that's what Peter brought him up the other day. There's no irony being a prosperity preacher when your name is Creflo Dollar. And Mr. Dollar, he's got a problem on his hands, Amy. You see, you can't say, Creflo, you're bringing the Rolls Royce out today, because the next question would be which one, because he's got multiple Rolls Royces. That's the kind of problem that we all would like to have, but that is something he's got to deal with on a daily basis.
And hi, saying hi to everybody. And send love to Amaretto. And the weird thing I noticed in doing research for this was how often planes came up. Like, the fact that all of these guys, all these evangelicists, they really do seem to have, like how Jerry Seinfeld, if you ever question, he's like, listen, I like cars, okay? That's my thing. What are you going to grill me on? Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
But if you got a multi-plane problem, let me tell you, if you have an airport and it's just for you, I mean, holy moly, you might want to think to donating to poor people. A little bit more. A little bit more.
I mean, you're saying flying first class isn't good enough. I need my own plane. And you're not on the set of Police Academy 5, then yeah.
Exactly. Though I miss police
they're not.
academies.
Police
Sup,
Academy
Jesus
5.
Harrison.
Trip to Miami on a private plane.
And all right, I'm going back and forth because normally I like to watch the video before we watch it. Ba ba da ba. We can watch a little. I just don't want to get any copyright strikes, but we're adding commentary, so let's tack out just a little bit of what Creflo Dollar.
If it's not that good.
And then we will open up the floodgates. But I really like to get the other side and get to I really like to get the other side and have people see what it's all about and not just these two schmucks. Even though sometimes I would take, or most of the time, I would take the two schmucks morality over the ones in these theological textbooks. But let's watch. So this is called Creflo Dollar Manifesting Abundance. Oh baby. Oh baby. That
Amy
thick
has an abundance of seed.
Woohoo!
Now let's join Creflo Dollar for today's message.
If you have your Bible, go with me to the book of Romans chapter 12. I believe that what you're about to experience, it's going to be you forever. When I received this revelation, it did something to me. It let me know that all things are possible to him that believeth. That there's nothing that's impossible, ladies and gentlemen. And that we don't have to live the rest of our lives the same way we're in right now. We don't have to be stuck in lack. We don't have to be stuck in poverty. We don't have to be stuck in trying to figure this out every month. The same Jesus that died so that we can be free from sin.
He doesn't have to be stuck in that, but
we can be free from lack. Now, this is going to be one of these meetings where, because I'm attacked.
Oh wait, no, that was the first in. The same Jesus who let us go from sin can let us be free from lack. I'm guessing that is pocketbook. Yeah.
An old way of belief that we're going to have to find the scriptures, and I'm going to use an analogy of finances that are deposited in your bank account to bring you to a point of understanding that it is
his bank account, but
that
specifically
our God is concerned about our needs. He's concerned about our financial needs. He's very concerned about it. In fact, the Bible calls the Holy Spirit the comforter, one who provides comfort. Well, it's not comfortable if you can't
comforts
pay
you, Amy.
Your gas bill or your heating bill, and it's cold outside.
Does it really? Does the Bible talking about gas bills? We must have skipped over that chapter in our Bible study.
We just didn't get there yet.
Like, it started really early, like Pat Robinson, like all things are possible, and we're already getting into, well, it says it in the Bible about your paychecks in your pocketbook.
And so, how does grace come into this picture and look at this? I'd like to start in Romans chapter 12, verse 2, so you can see what we're talking about here. Romans 12.
It's true, I should dress like a dinosaur. Get into Dino Land.
Conform to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
Transformers?
Why? So that you may prove.
Renew your mind, Amy.
And acceptable and perfect will of God. You see, I believe that prosperity is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God for your life. Now, we've defined in times past that prosperity is not just money. Prosperity is more than money. God wants you to be
It's not just money.
successful in every arena of your life.
It is really weird just hearing just like these two just trying to really mix. Don't worry, God takes care of all things, including your pocketbook. Though I have noticed a lot of these prosperity gospels, the funny thing, you end up losing a lot of money. It's like Scientology. Probably good for
Yeah.
a very select few amount of people. Everyone else is paying a lot of money.
It's a
Gonna
money-making
put
thing.
my God glasses on. Okay, there we go. We got this.
Amen.
Amen.
He is concerned. You know,
Amen.
we spent years talking about that prosperity is more than money. Well, tonight I'm saying prosperity is also money.
Also,
Wow. We're learning things tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
it's also money. It's not
It's a
all about money, but it is money. Yeah, it's money.
I really thought he was just going to leave it off there. I'm going to be honest. I thought he was just going to be like, wow, it's not just about prosperity. It's about what's in your heart. And then he really was like, it's also kind of in money, though. Like, the money's kind of
Yeah.
also in money, if you think about
The
it.
heart don't pay the bills. The heart don't buy your Rolls Royce.
Oh, religion. Prosperity theology. Let's paint with as
Prosperity theology.
thin of a brush as possible tonight.
It's also dealing with your financial arena, praise the Lord. All right?
Praise the Lord.
The Amplified
Praise
verse 2
Jesus.
says, do not conform to this world, to this age. Don't get yourself fashioned and adapted to its external, superficial customs, but be transformed, be changed. Somebody shout change. By the entire renewal of your mind, by its new ideas and its new attitudes. Now, that's what we're here the next couple of days to do. We want some change. I say we want some
Yes, he's going to change, as in your pocketbook is going to exchange and become a little bit lighter within the next few days.
change.
Yeah. It'll be easier without that extra money in there.
To change or to be transformed, it's going to have to be the renewing of our mind, right? If we're going to change, if we're going to be transformed, it's going to happen right up here. If we don't transform the way you think about financial prosperity, you won't change your financial prosperity. So the first base of change where financial prosperity is concerned, and yes, amen, I am talking specifically these next 2 days about financial prosperity.
Bling bling, y'all.
Because that's what you need change. But nothing changes in the natural realm until you're willing to change it right up here in the way you think. You have to change the way you think. Now notice what he says. He says if you'll change, if you're going to change how? By the entire renewing of your mind with its new ideas and its new attitudes. And he says when you change the way you think, he says, so that you may prove for yourself what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God, even the thing which is good and acceptable and perfect in his sight for you. And so we're going to get the opportunity as we renew our mind and see change. We're going to prove that this is the good and acceptable will of God.
He's going to prove it, Amy.
We can change.
He's gonna prove it. I will say, one of the most evil ones was this Kenneth Copeland man. I am just coming new to this. I'm learning all of these evangelical
The prosperity
names.
preachers.
They asked him, that Kenneth Copeland guy, some questions about his planes, and he was like, smile, smile, smile. That ain't none of your damn business now, is it, girl?
Yeah,
I was like, woo!
Him, you got Benny Hinn, you've got Joel Osteen, these mega Joyce Meyer.
Joel Osteen.
These
they can all
mega
put on
preachers.
a smile and they can fill a stadium, but yet let me tell you, I have no idea how all these gentlemen sleep at night. That is my question. I guess on a really expensive pillow.
He comes across as more benign, more mild, but he just says things that sound good, and people just keep paying him money to do it. He doesn't actually give you anything that's going to actually help anybody in any real way, except placebo effect. But
yeah, well, they're selling the invisible product. Here's the problem with this, because I'm fine with the market, I'm fine with people making money and all this stuff. When people are exchanging goods, they're generally not going to war. So I'm actually very pro-exchange of goods and ideas. The problem I have is twofold. I normally give theists shit because they're the organized religious theist shit mostly, because they're selling the invisible product. Here, these gentlemen, and sometimes ladies, let's not discriminate, I have seen lady preachers doing this, they are actually preying on the weakest and most helpless. They really do seem to have an affinity for the people who are struggling to make ends meet or have illnesses that cannot be cured. And so they have come for last resort. What else are you going to do? A Hail Mary, baby.
You have nothing else to lose at that point, so you might as well blow your last bit of money on a last-ditch effort,
Exactly. And you know what is the harm, I will say, is that it funds these people. Actually, it fits to the, it could be going to your family. It could be going towards better research. It could be going towards an actual charity. Doesn't need to be going towards any of these schmucks.
Some guy with a Rolls Royce who will pray for you.
Exactly.
Even the ones who are not upfront about the money wise, even just take somebody like Pastor John Hagee in Texas. So he puts out all kinds of books and videos about how to get ready for the end times, about the apocalypse, which of course is not going to happen because it's not going to happen, but he makes his money peddling things like that. And
here's the difference, okay? Mel Brooks's son, he is a very talented man. He is known for making zombie literature and movies, okay? It's kind of a weird niche to have. Kind of badass, okay? He makes a living off selling survival guides and scenarios to the apocalypse. What is the difference between Mel Brooks's son and that schmuck? Well, Mel Brooks's son is actually not expecting the zombie apocalypse to happen. He is selling you a product of fun and fantasy and the world that he has created. They are also doing that. These people, they're just telling you it's real. That's the difference.
Yeah. I don't think anybody really seriously expects there to be a zombie apocalypse, but it is fun just to bullshit around. But these people are actually telling you that the end times are coming, man. The devil's he's gonna be rounding people up. You're gonna have to take his mark and worship the devil, or they're gonna kill you. So it's coming. I can help get you ready for it. I know what's gonna happen. If you buy my book, you buy my movie, I'll tell you how to get ready for it. You might have a better chance of surviving.
I explained it well on Seminar 1, Robert David.
Is the acceptable, perfect will of God. That God does not want you broke, busted, and disgusted. God does not want you in lack all your life.
Yo, you hear that?
God didn't want you broke.
God doesn't want you broke. Let me tell you something. For all of the people that are going to starve this year, Yeah, did God just not love them? Did they just not pray
Right.
hard? Did they just not find the right
The
unit?
family who's getting evicted from their house. God doesn't want you guys thrown out, but he could prevent it. But no, he could prevent it. He could make sure you had all your financial needs met, but he doesn't. Wouldn't cost
But
him anything.
and the other thing that pisses me off about these people is when something goes wrong, when your niece or whoever was putting their money in and then they pass or that something happens, do these guys give the money back? Do they give the money towards an organization that would actually do good? No.
No.
They pocket the money. Do they have to put a warning or anything? No. And all tax-free. All of this is tax-free.
Not want you begging. He don't want you stuck on welfare. He wants you faring well without having to be stuck on welfare. Are you listening to what I'm saying? You are heirs of
I'm
God,
listening.
joint heirs of Jesus Christ. You have Christ Jesus. You have a born-again, perfect, fully deposited spirit. You're loaded. And for you to continue to live life under the bridge when you are walking around like a man leaning against the water well.
Look who he puts it on. Whose fault is it? Your fault. Are you just going to sit there and take it like that?
I mean, what he's actually doing here, what he's doing is he's talking to people who are in these tough financial situations, and he's basically offering them false hope. He's offering them, if you make your situation just a little bit worse, maybe God will help you out. Maybe it'll be better. It's yeah.
It's like an experiment, but there is no. I'm trying to think what the word was. It not exactly fail safe, but if the test fails, there is no repercussions. There is just I guess that didn't work.
Can I get a refund? Well, God wasn't God's will, so it's got to be His will too. You can't just tell God how to do things. It's got to be within His will.
It was in God's plan, James. It was in God's plan. And I see Rob. We are your favorite of the heathen channels. I will say, we're sending you love. We're sending love.
Who's that?
I think that's Ralph. Saying he's reviewing
Ralph.
some
Hello,
skeptic
Ralph.
heathen channels. Mm-hmm. And we're sending love to everybody in there. I see Best in Show and to Freak and Church of Entropy.
Tearing up that chat.
And Atheist Jr. Woohoo.
AJ, who Ken Hovind doxed the other day. What a dick.
I'm sorry, what?
Ken Hovind doxed Atheist Jr.
Really?
Yeah.
What is with, I don't want to say, I'm going to paint once again thinner brushes, creationists, because I've seen a bunch of creationists do it. Why with the doxing? Once again, though, these are the same people that so often hide their face, hide who they are.
Well, I mean, from Ken Hovind's point of view, saying, hey, you guys all know about my tax problems and my prison stay, so, that's out there in the open for everybody. So therefore, everything you do should be out in the open for everybody.
Yeah, and that's only because he was caught and had to be kicked and dragged into, well, I guess a jail cell. I was going to say into the open, but into a jail cell. I love when people press him on that because he almost doesn't fight it anymore. He just lets people go, that's right, I don't pay taxes.
He had a $500 million lawsuit against the government that just got thrown out of court like maybe a month or two ago. He keeps coming up with these every 12 or 18 months. Yeah, he'll file another lawsuit. Yeah.
I am a gosh darn taxivist.
It's bullshit, stupid sovereign citizen rhetoric that,
Sovereign citizen.
sovereign citizen rhetoric.
I don't even stop at red lights. I just keep on going, baby. I just keep on going.
He said, "Well, the case they filed against me, there was no affidavit of complaint." And what he's talking about is what these people do is they confuse common law and statutory law. So before there was much statutory law, the common law was how the courts operated without that framework. It's just what they did, but it wasn't written down anywhere. So there'd be a common law way that you could initiate a case based on a complaint from a person. But now we have statutory law, so you can have a prosecutor, you can have an indictment. You don't need to operate like it's 1651 and the courts are just doing their own thing. So you say, hey, they didn't have a complaint. You see this like if you're listed as sovereign rhetoric, and they're like if you get stopped for driving without a license, and they'll be like, who's the injured party? That's what they're talking about, because the concept of victimless crime wasn't a thing hundreds of years ago. You had to have a victim and a complaint. That's not how it works today, but they don't connect those two dots. So.
Yeah, the other thing is that, like, of all the organizations to not want to pay money, I mean, it's like an Amazon thing. The people who need to pay money the most somehow don't pay any money. It's like, dude, you are hawking the invisible product right here, baby, right here. You making money. You are almost printing money. You can't pay a little bit back. Not even a little bit.
And then Kent was like, he was like, oh, well, for a structuring case where he would send his wife 2 to 3 times a week to the bank, take out amounts between $9,500 and $9,900, just under that $10,000 reporting limit. Because he said, well, I mean, I didn't want them to report to the IRS, and I didn't want them to think we were drug dealers or something moving around that much money. It's like, Kent, no. Even if they wondered where you were getting all the money from, they could come out to you and you could tell them, yes, I sell DVDs, I do this, I do that, that's where I get my money from. And they would say, oh, okay. They would realize you're not Pablo Escobar, and they would leave it at that. But yeah.
No, you're SpongeBob Escobar. And all right, we're going to keep on moving into this. There actually is a little bit of a gold mine.
Little bit.
But keep on sending us your comments. Tag me at Amy Newman, and I'll show you comments up on screen.
Maybe we could have Nick Suter tell us how much he thinks that suit is worth, that jacket Creflo's got on there.
That's right, that $400.
I'm guessing that's probably like a $4,000 suit right there, but...
Hey, why stop there? We have to go at this point $400,000, and we're going for it.
Hey, God is good,
full
right?
Of prosperity.
God is good.
But you got to change the way you think.
Mm.
Turn to your neighbor and say, change the way you think. Turn to the other side and say, change your thinking.
And the evil thing is, like I said, this guy starts out with almost like a Tony Robinson, like a very anyone can connect. Anyone can do their own thing, which anyone I think we agree with. And then it just slowly goes into, did you know what the Bible promises you? Is it to give you paychecks?
We got to renew our mind. And that's what this series is about. It's about renewing
your mind, and the rest will follow.
The Word of God to think differently, or not really thinking differently, but thinking in line.
Yeah, that's a good slogan.
So if you're not thinking in line with God's words, where financial prosperity is concerned, I'm going to
should put that on electronic and sell it.
Look at 3 John. 3 John.
Yeah, forget the first 2. Go straight to 3 John.
Yeah, frig the other 2 Johns. Look at that John. That guy's hot. Ooh. John, lift.
I missed the turning of the pages. I opened my Bible up the other day, and bless his heart, it's smelling.
Does he have somebody to turn the pages for him?
I'll just spray it, keep on going.
Turn the page. You wash your hands.
John, verse 2.
You turn your page,
Beloved,
then you wash your hands.
I pray or I wish above all
Good
things
Rocco's my life.
that thou mayest prosper, that thou mayest be in health, even as your soul prospers. Now, the Amplified says, Beloved, I pray that
As
your
we
soul
all know,
prosperous?
yeah, my soul is very prosperous. As we all know, Jesus once said, "Whoever giveth me money shall get all that money back in riches
Well,
and rags."
yeah. You know that the money lenders, Jesus walked up behind him and said, "Hey, I ain't messing with your gig here. Just give me like a 10% cut and you're good.
Yeah. Just give me 10.
You give me
Well,
a
we
10%
all
cut.
know. I think Jesus would be like a 10-room kind of person, maybe 11-room.
in every way, and that your body may keep well.
My body
Even as
is
I
ready.
know your soul keeps well, and that your soul will prosper. Notice what he says, in order for you to prosper in every way, would that include your finances? In order for you to
Yes, you know.
I like how that is snuck in there. Hey, did that say everything? Yes. Does that mean finances? Why, yes, it does.
Does that mean you want to prosper in zebras? You have abundance of zebras? Sure, that's everything.
nowhere else. Somebody shout, soul prosperity equals life prosperity, which is financial prosperity included. I don't want to sound materialistic. That's not what I'm after. I am trying to, we spent so many years.
No.
I am trying to let you
My
know.
$65 million private jet. I am not materialistic. That is.
I would like to remind everyone that not only am I not materialistic, but I accept Visa, MasterCard, and Discover.
Bitcoin too, probably now. He probably takes Bitcoin.
And
probably
in every
Bitcoin.
other area. But this has become the mysterious area. Not many people know how
Does
Ooh,
it?
Amy, do you have a mysterious area?
and
I do.
position themselves to receive this portion of prosperity that God.
Are you ready to receive that
You
portion,
heard
Amy?
it. Here first, folks. You need to position yourself so you
To
can
receive
get
it.
the prosperity. I will say that is the first good news, or not good news, good advice that I've heard tonight, folks, is sometimes you just need to position yourself and then
receive
you can get
what he's got for you.
prosperity. Unfortunately, it's only legal in Las Vegas, but I'm hoping for that to become legal in all 50 states soon. Anyway, moving forward.
In their lives. And I'm so geeked up, so fired up, so on fire tonight because
Me too.
the Spirit of God has shown me what we need to do so you can manifest.
He's like, you might not be, but if you had $30 million in your bank account, you would be fired up too.
Exactly.
And let's lay then this foundation.
And they use comedy techniques. Like fucking producers showing the audience and everything. Yeah.
Change the way we think.
Ken Hovind does it, yeah.
Ken Hovind does it? Oh, yeah.
And it's got to be impacted in line
Hard
with
every
the
day.
Word of God.
He did say he got the freak. Yeah.
I established this statement. This is the first statement. Success and prosperity is a result of God's grace. Success and prosperity is a result of God's unmerited favor. It's a result of God's love towards us.
So all of people's failures, is that also?
The opposite of God's love.
His love for us. He favored us with the potential of having and living a successful, prosperous life.
There you go. Chosen people, he favored it.
Love for us.
Dr. Creflo Dollar.
For us to live this.
Wonder if he got his doctorate from Patriot Bible College.
I was going to say, I bet him and Kent probably went to the same school.
Glory to God. It's born out of his grace. That God loves me so much. Come on, think about it. You think God's love is going to be satisfied with you being in lack? You think his love is going to be satisfied with you being homeless? His love satisfied with you not being able to meet basic
You know, there's a lot of homeless people right now that are asking where that God's love is, and they're getting
almost 1 million homeless people in America.
they're getting a bunch of crickets. James, they're
Yeah.
just not trying hard enough. They just gotta read what's inside here, right here, baby.
It's all in there, right? It's all in there.
Mhm. Wow, it says, "Give me the money." Wow.
Why are you
Send
stealing
me
from
your
me in
paycheck.
tithes and offerings? That's why God is not blessing you, because you're stealing from Him.
Another insidious thing. We're not even talking about tithing. We're not even talking about 10%. Like, these people are very much like a Scientology route. They are looking for everything you got, and they're telling people that the more you give, don't you know it, the more you get back. Isn't that how it works? It's just like the more you
100%
spend.
ROI from God.
My parents always used to
100%.
love the joke. You're in the supermarket. The more you spend, the more you save. That's how it works, folks. That's how it works.
There you go.
Absolutely not. Now, there's a difference between being greed and I'm not talking about you being greedy when nothing's ever enough and you only want for your
Him
own
greedy, preachers
I'm
greedy.
talking about God's love.
2 Rolls Royces.
Who will release whatever
You
needs
need a
to be
couple. You don't just stop at 1
Oh,
Rolls
hold on.
Royce.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Don't stop at one Rolls Royce or one plane. None of
Yeah.
these guys have one plane.
Multiple
Crazy.
houses.
Craziest thing to me, but he just said a hot word. I always like when we can get to this level intimately.
who will release
This is
whatever
like
needs
Gordon Gekko shit.
of you
Mm.
to be a recipient of his love and success and prosperity.
You
is
go
a
be a recipient.
favor and his love for you. So there is no such thing as the gospel of prosperity. You remember those years when they called it the gospel of prosperity? No such thing as the gospel of prosperity.
No, never.
Because prosperity is a result of what? The gospel of grace. Which
Oh, did you hear that, James? There's no prosperity gospel. You just need to follow
It's just the gospel.
prosperity of grace. Exactly. You just need the gospel, and you'll come to prosperity. Do you see how that circle works? Oh, good. Oh, good.
The more you give, the more you get back. Amen.
That's right, baby. Mm.
is the
Gospel
only gospel.
of grace.
There ain't but one gospel according to Galatians 1. It's the gospel of grace. And prosperity is born out of that gospel of grace. It's born out of the love of God for us. That's an important part. See, for you to just think that prosperity is going to show up and you not understand that it's God's grace that has released this prosperity. There's no gospel of prosperity. There's only
May you prosper abundantly in seed, Damon.
Grace is not prosperity,
Mm-hmm.
but prosperity is the result of grace. That's what I'm trying to say. Grace is not prosperity, but prosperity is the result of grace. So the gospel of grace makes all the finished works of Jesus available to whosoever will believe it.
Is that the first time we heard Jesus in this thing? I don't remember hearing about Jesus before then.
Now that you say that, that is the first time I think we heard the Big J Man, which you would think would have came up much sooner.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Makes all of the finished works of Jesus available to whoever will believe it. All of the finished works of Jesus Christ. And a part of the
All
finished
of
works
them.
of Jesus Christ is prosperity. Go over to Romans chapter 1. Now, the neat
I
thing
don't like
about
Romans
I
1.
have an opportunity to show you scriptures that are not new to you, but it's the sequence in which I lay this out that's going to make the difference. How many of you know
He's going to tell you what it really means,
out of sequence may not open the
is
same.
what he means.
Ah, there we go.
Give you the proper sequence. by which this thing happens, then you'll see how they fit together to crack the code or open the safe. Now, look at Romans
Crack
chapter
the code.
I've heard that before.
If you're there, say
Open the safe, his safe.
I'm not
Amen.
ashamed of the gospel of Christ, and the gospel of Christ is the gospel of grace. Amen. I am not ashamed of the
Amen.
gospel of Christ or the gospel of grace. According to
Okay,
Romans
man.
chapter 1. For it, the gospel of grace, is the power of God that'll bring you unto salvation. This grace is the power. This grace is the ability to get results
Of Superman.
bring you to this salvation. Well, what does that mean? Well,
Called Grace Bank and Trust.
salvation here does not just mean born again. Salvation here comes from the Greek word sozo. And that Greek word sozo means,
which means give me the money.
it means preservation.
Sounds like a name of a drink at an exotic Greek bar. Would you like a sozo? Gin or
it sounds
vodka?
like a Pixar animal that is the sidekick. Oh yeah,
Like-
just go
like
with
that thing-
Zozo. He'll take you.
Like that thing Muhammad flew through the moon with, whatever they call that.
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Because the
Dude.
Quran is so much more believable than the Bible. It's yeah.
A Barack. Because if you ever say like, well, you think that Muhammad flew over the moon on a unicorn, they'll be like, excuse me, it was actually a Barack. And I'm like, okay, but it was still like a winged animal with
a human
head on it, right?
Yeah. Unicorn is more realistic than something like that.
That's true, because I fly one into my heart every time. They actually sell unicorn flavored ice cream at Rita's. Oh, it's so good.
What flavor? What's it taste like? What does unicorn taste like?
It honestly tastes like marshmallow to me, but that's not even exactly what it tastes like. It's like, I think it's a combination of flavors, but
They
it's
have, like,
good.
this marshmallow candy called like unicorn poop. It's like marshmallows, but it's like colored with like pink and white. Yeah.
Sounds
All right.
like me. No, okay.
Unicorn
I wear a
poop.
lot of. I tend to. My joke tends to be I'm just a basic bitch that wears black. I wear a lot of black clothing because it just goes with everything. But I'm mostly rainbows on the inside.
Your black heart.
Prosperity, that word sozo includes everything that is a part of the finished works of Jesus Christ. He says the gospel of grace is the power that will bring
The
you
power.
to prosperity. It'll bring you
Over
unto
9,000.
sozo, which includes all the finished works of Jesus
Give me the
Christ.
sozo.
I say to you tonight that prosperity
my.
is part of the finished works of Jesus Christ. What does that mean? That means that prosperity is not...
We're not talking about the prosperity gospel. That's good to know. Anyway, let's get back to talking about the prosperity.
Yeah, it's the gospel of grace. It's all in there.
Exactly. From Jesus Christ.
Once you realize you need to prosper. Prosperity is something that God has already done and finished 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years
What?
ago. It is like...
Oh, so, yeah,
did
that's
it.
exactly what Jesus was thinking about 2,000 years ago, was filling his bank account. That's exactly what most Christians think.
Forgiveness. Forgiveness is something that was accomplished 2,000 years ago. Prosperity is in every area of your life, including financial prosperity, is something that has been finished 2,000 years ago. So now I got a little...
Because the guy died.
The tense. Because you've got to
The scapegoat.
understand that in order to make these withdrawals, you're going to have to receive what I just said. Prosperity is a part of the finished works of Jesus Christ. It is not something that God is going to do. It is something that God has already done. It is
Amazing.
something that has already been finished.
Amazing.
Oh, okay. Oh, amazing. So when do the paychecks for us start coming? This will be great.
You get that? So now let's look at
After you die.
Sounds great. Where do...
It's time
Yeah.
for you to change the tense. Turn your neighbor and say, change the tense. You got to go from present tense. You got to go from future
To
tense.
penance.
I know
What?
it sounds weird, but faith really connects when you talk about past tense.
Think about...
Faith when you
Ladies and gentlemen, don't think about the money you don't have. What you really need to focus on is the money that you gave to my preaching butt. That's what you really need to think about when you had money, you know, before you gave it to me.
I mean, you know, he actually hasn't said anything of substance yet. He's all just, this is the only thing he said so far is God wants you to prosper financially. God wants you to be balling. He wants you to have a lot of money. That's pretty much all he said so far.
He has said a single good line of advice that I have heard in this entire video, and that's if you want prosperity, you got to position yourself.
Change your mind. Yeah.
But I don't think that's what I don't think he and I had the same thing in mind. So generally speaking, he has not said a goddamn good thing of advice so far. He's just talking about Jesus died for your money.
what God is going to do.
When he looks out into his congregation, he sees dollar signs above each person.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be faith when you talk about what has already been done.
I was going to say, you think those people are there for free? I wonder.
Finished. Say out loud, it is finished. Say, my prosperity is finished.
I'm going to go into where you owe debt. It's finished. Excuse me. It's finished. I'm sorry, but you actually owe. It's finished.
I'm calling from Mount Sinai Memorial Hospital. Your account has a balance of $8,000. It's finished.
It's finished.
Okay. All right. Well, why didn't you just say that before? Bye.
I know. I'm so sorry.
We'll go ahead and just remove that off your credit report right there. Boop. Gone. You're good.
We had no idea Jesus took this off your back 2,000 years ago. Shit. We'll mark that. We'll cross that out. Whew. It's nice of Jesus to do that for you. Pay your Comcast bill. How nice of you.
Well, he gave Amy 40 foreskins this morning, so.
Oh, baby.
It's already done. Just think that for a moment. And that is so powerful right there.
Is it though?
Done. Now, do you see what you got to do in renewing your mind? You know, it's easy in the midst of what's going on presently for you to think that God is going to help and provide presently. You have to look at presently, your present circumstances, your present situations, your present circumstances. When you deal with your present circumstances, you got to deal with it from the position.
Trying to remember a script.
In your past.
I'm trying to understand what he is saying.
He just said,
like when you're out doing your thing, you got to remember to be in the present. Dude, the people like this is Wendy's. How does this help me get a paycheck or feed my children or any of the above?
As the guy from the power company is knocking on your door saying you need to pay $277 right now or we're going to cut you off. You know, the present.
But it's been taken care of. It's been taken care of. We're in the present right now. Jesus says if you want prosperity,
he paid it 2,000 years ago.
2,000 years ago. Then you must get in the position with gospel of grace. Who's this Grace's bitch? Does she need to get a hatchet? As I grab my hammer. That's right. Need to get all...
Amy's got multiple tools at her disposal at all times.
At all times. This is how Jesus is going to get his money back, apparently. Apparently, Jesus is going around breaking kneecaps with filling out bills for people. It's amazing.
I mean, back at the time, right, today you would just have an OnlyFans page.
That's right, baby. Hey, I mean, I feel like at this point, Jesus should just get an OnlyFans page. I feel like if the prophets really wanted to get their message out, maybe OnlyFlans. You never know.
OnlyFans, yeah.
Things that are due today have been provided for in my past. Things that I need today have been provided for me in the past.
Oh, you need
Like
it
he's
today,
saying English.
but you got
Like
it.
they're all words. They're all sentences. I'm just trying to understand.
Say change your tense.
Just change the tense,
What
baby.
means changing the tense? Doctor said.
It's not that you owe money right now. Think of yourself in the future. Think of
You
yourself in the past. In fact, think of yourself any other time period that ain't you owing money right now.
Think of yourself as a gazelle on Venus. Okay? Think of yourself as one of the Sandra Bullocks from the Book of Exodus.
That's right.
These,
One of the Sandra
favorite
Bullocks.
passages.
A pack of Sandra Bullocks.
Yeah.
You know what? Good thing I was already healed.
You're already healed.
I need to be delivered. You said, well, good thing I've been delivered. You look at your wallet and say, ain't no money in here. Well, good thing God has already supplied. I almost want to say that faith works in the past
What?
to provide for the future, to take care of the present.
Back to the Future.
Don't ask me to say that again.
You have to go. Don't.
Even
Don't
he
say that
was
again.
like, please don't make me say that again.
Ephesians 1. Ephesians 1.
This is the seed nonsense.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, have mercy. I'm looking at some blessed people tonight.
He's looking at a mirror.
I'm looking at you too. You blessed.
He's not looking at a mirror. He's looking at customers.
Yeah.
He is.
Jesus.
Oh, you can buy his wife's book if you want to.
You know, heaven rejoices every time we release.
Yeah. Oh no, female, male.
That glory come out that thing. Look at that. Look at that. Them my babies there, boy. Look at that. They know what they got. This might be a good time to do this. We haven't done this in a while. I need you to turn to two people and tell them, see, you're speaking your faith. Tell them, I'll never be broke another day in my life.
Except today.
Oh, you got it now. I'll never, not ever. I'm talking faith. I'm telling you what I've realized. I'm telling you what I realized. I will never be broke another day in my life. My broke days are over with forever.
Yeah, because they're giving you money.
Now the devil will say, well,
Yeah.
it look like
It's true for him.
You'll tell him.
Yeah. I really
He'll never
doubt
be broke.
that his method of getting to where he was just saying, God will take care of it. What he actually
Faith.
did is hawking right here. Right here. And the evangelicalists are just the worst part of it.
You know, I've seen people tell me the Kenneth guy. I really wanted to do him. We'll probably do another one where we
could
do Kenneth.
Yeah, we could do him. And Benny Hinn.
Because he seems like one of the worst. Joel Osteen seems like, well, he's like the squishy version of it. He's the nicer version of it.
He's almost
and this
secular.
This guy seems somewhere in between. But they all have, to me, the same the same shade, which is just this. It's so easy to live a nice life when you are getting others to make that life nice.
Yeah.
But people who are disabled or really can't do anything through no fault of their own, like you can't go into a sermon and will yourself out of that.
Right.
You can't. The people that they give have a disease that like Alzheimer's or something that they are that you're giving your money to. Instead of that, it's going into this guy's pocketbook instead of Alzheimer's research. It's just, I don't know. It breaks my gosh darn heart.
I mean, you have to give a guy like Creflo credit. He's very well spoken. He's articulate. He presents himself very well. But that's the thing, is that's not something everybody can just do. Not everybody can be that type of charismatic personality.
I guarantee you, if you interviewed every one of these people coming out of these and you just asked them, like, how was your experience? What did you get out of it? I guarantee you every one of those people would go, it was amazing. It just felt like I was in the community. I'm pumped. It was life-changing, and he really connected with me.
Yeah.
My question is, 6 months from now, interview that same person. How do you feel about how much this has affected your life? I feel like the results would be right back where we started.
Be pretty lackluster. It would not be,
But I know who would have something to show for it 6 months later. Right over here. Right over here.
It works for him.
Works for him.
Hold up. My past is about to catch up with my present. Woo!
Woo! Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Right.
And yeah, that's also
Let's read out loud verse 3.
The worst of it is a lot of these prosperity preachers, they tend to pry on people that don't have a lot. And so because of that promise, because of the promise of that you will get more.
Like we said before, it's a Hail Mary. These people are turning to this avenue because there are very few other options open to them. And the promise is so good that, hey, God loves you. God cares about you. He wants to take care of you. And it's false hope, but it is hope.
If you've been told your whole life that Jesus answers prayers, that God answers prayers, and then you come across this guy, it's going to sound pretty good. It's going to sound pretty good.
He presents it well. He can talk a lot without saying a whole lot. And it sounds very good, but
yeah, that I'm still waiting. If we mine a single fact from this, like, he is fantastic of getting us to the applause lines, but I don't know what we are trying to get out of this.
I remember years ago when the Lord gave me a revelation on blessing and blessed and what that meant. To be blessed, past tense ED, means that you have already been
erectile dysfunction
to prosper. Blessed is not, I'm going to be empowered to prosper. Blessed is, I have already been empowered to prosper. So we're not talking about what you're getting ready to be.
Oh, we are ready to have prosperity. That's good to know.
We're taking you back to your past.
Get in the
Say,
position, Amy.
We're now in the past. Are we in the past? You ready? Say it.
So listen. Back to your past. Say, I'm blessed.
Oh, I'm blessed. Gotcha.
So listen,
I'm blasted.
I'm blessed. But what if you're not blessed? As in, what if the money isn't there? Just keep on saying it. I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Have faith. If you keep having faith, it will come. That's what I said.
I'm blessed. That's right, Doorknob. And that's right, baby. Just come on it.
They have the empowerment to have success and prosperity. How many of you agree with that? Say it again. I'm what? No, I'm not I'm being blessed. Not I'm going to be blessed. Your faith lives in the past, bringing you to your present.
Yeah, you saw that one. They were ready for it. They're like, I thought we're just saying I'm blessed.
Now notice you are what? Already or equipped or thoroughly supplied and furnished.
Fully furnished apartment.
Blessed.
Fantastic.
Now he's talking about God here. Blessed is the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who hath, is that past? He hath already what? Blessed
Hi, Claire.
us. Now say me. We say that. Say
Hi, Claire.
I have been blessed, empowered by God, who is
I don't want to say this sounds like brainwashing, but this is trying to me at this point. We are trying to wish money into existence. Like,
yeah.
What?
Blessed with what? Blessed
faith.
With all spiritual blessings that they are where? In heavenly places.
Up my.
In secret places. Where the fish fruits are.
And where's Christ? So all of the spiritual
gay
blessings
bar?
are
We just shoved Jesus in there.
Where's
Talk
Christ?
about
He's at the gay bar with his 12 buddies.
Gay bar, gay bar.
located where? All of the spiritual blessings are located where?
Up
you
my.
Are blessed when? Now. You're blessed right now, right?
Did anyone catch that math? Because that math went right over my head. I don't know.
Right? You're blessed right now with
Bring
what?
right now.
on to do the math for us.
We're blessed with prosperity.
Right now, right? You're blessed right now with what? So would it be correct for me to say?
But this isn't the prosperity gospel, ladies and gentlemen. I like how he hedged about like a third or more through the video. He's like, but this isn't prosperity gospel. What?
Gospel
Prosperity gospel. Gospel
It's
of
all in
grace.
there.
It'll be fine.
It's all in there.
God almighty, no. So let me ask you something. Do you have an empowerment for financial empowerment?
Yeah.
Do you have an empowerment to overcome lack? Who blessed you?
And it's
with
all
empowerment?
these televangelicals. And let me tell you, to restore your hope in humanity, I will say they get a lot of flack from the theist community, as they should. And I hope the theist community continues to give flack to these con men and women that just smile.
Telling Jesus,
they're
telling the gospel.
Yeah, they're charismatic. They will be nice to your face, but they do not view you as one of your own, okay? They look down upon you. They look at you like a sheep because they are a shepherd. And all they want is that money. Honey.
And what did he bless you with? And where are they located? They are located in you.
Amy already told us where it is. In you.
In Jesus.
So even while you're you're seeing lack, you still carry the blessing. Even when the bills are not paid, you're still carrying. See,
Oh, I'm sorry. Even when the bills are due, I'm carrying the blessing? Oh, that's funny. How many blessings can I put you down for? Oh, you don't accept blessings here? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
even when there's
wow.
hot water in your glass and you're leaning against a well,
Yo, they're confused.
so is
This,
the problem
he's doing too
that
many
you
signs.
don't have it. You have it, right? The issue is how to manifest what you already have.
Oh.
There
Okay. You already have
There
all
you
that
have
money.
it, ladies
You just
and
need to
gentlemen.
manifest it.
It's all the money you ever need.
You've already got it. It's inside of you.
It's right
You just
inside
have
you.
to figure out how to get it out. Just assume the position and gently allow it to come out of you. Just gently squeeze it out.
Like, it's a mix between borderline evil, and like I'm waiting for this guy to offer me like a snack at the end. Like, his entire shtick is, it was all inside you the whole time. Yeah, but you know, it actually cost me like $200 to see you. So,
Right. I'm sure the camera won't show when the offering plate gets passed around. They won't. That part they'll leave off.
And I think this is worse than tithing. I want to bring this up
yes.
now.
Oh,
Another thing that I learned about these guys specifically in doing research about just these gospel prosperity preachers is that if you start to send them money, they'll start to send you gifts. And these gifts will often have activities. They'll often tell you to have prayer mats. Some will sell you to drink packets of liquid and just all of these. Excuse me, packet of liquid. Myself. They'll do all these different things. One had like a check that had your name on it for sending it to the preacher. Like, it was a mind fuck. It was like $5 from you to them. Like, what? But they have all these little activities, almost like, in my opinion, gamification, that they rope you in. And by the end of you sending all this money, you've sent them like $300, $400. And if you get any richer, I mean, it's like doing a coin flip. It's really up to you. Chances are you're down money. That's why it really is like Scientology. Like, these guys are fine. He seems like a nice gentleman. In fact, I'm sure he's very sophisticated. My problem with gentlemen like this and Kenneth and Joel Osteen is that they're making money off not only the poorest sometimes, but the sickest. The people that are literally have
desperate.
no other options on their deathbed.
Yeah.
Which just makes this evil. Just makes this freaking evil.
About how to manifest what.
Oh, that was his cut, not mine.
Creflo Dollar for today's message already in progress.
Go to Philippians. Let's go to Philippians 4, verse 19. All familiar scriptures, we're just changing the tense.
Sounds like the intro music on Smokey's channel.
But my God shall supply all your need according to his riches.
Hey, thanks,
There it
Jesus.
goes.
I could use $50. according to his riches
He will
and
supply
glory.
all your needs. There
In
you
glory
go.
by Christ Jesus.
There you go, all your
Now, remember
needs.
scripture that says Christ in you, the
King
hope of
E.
You have
glory?
Christ in you, Amy. Yeah.
Yesterday we were talking out of Romans chapter 8, and we found out that the glory, the Bible says that this glory that shall be revealed, that's in us, not glory that's going to be revealed to us.
In you.
So where's the glory? Where's the glory? All right,
You
now,
have the glory hole inside you, or is it in front of you?
Oh my.
19 says, but my God shall supply all
Behind
your
me.
needs. If you look that word up in the Greek, it's translated your demand. So what he said is, he didn't say God was going to supply money because that's already been supplied. He didn't say God was
Yo,
going to
what?
supply.
What? It's already been supplied? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've
My
already got
wallet still seems
it. You
light.
just have to manifest it. You've got it.
Just
You
gotta
just have to bring
manifest
it
it.
into reality. Yeah.
Bring it into your body.
Supply prosperity because that's already been supplied. He didn't say God was going to supply healing because that's already been supplied. You see that what the translators keeping you in the wrong tense? He says God shall supply your demand according to the supply that's in glory in Christ in you.
Maybe.
Did you see that?
No, I.
He's going to supply your demand. To read it like this, see, that's the mindset, even of the translators. The mindset is this is what God is getting ready to do this instead of God's already done this. So God is going to supply your demand.
This feels like a friggin' magic trick. Ooh, actually, if you see, God did it over here, but actually he's going to do it over here. And if you look over here, there's
He's
a
already done
coin
it.
behind your ear.
It was there all along.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was in your heart all along. The prosperity's right there. I thought that was cholesterol. Turns out it's
You
Jesus.
just got to squeeze it out of you.
Demand. You know, when you go to the bank and you write a check, that's like a demand slip. You remember, I think it was service merchandise when they had the item outside out on the floor, and you wouldn't take the item off the shelf. You would take the little card thing, and then you'd go and you would pay for it with the little card thing, and then they give you a receipt.
Yo, is he trying to explain what a debit card is?
I don't know if you guys have like BrandSmart there, or you have BrandSmart where you're at. Ever heard of that?
No, not really. Yeah, it just means like a club card.
No, it's like an electronics place. But most of the things they buy, you don't get from the store. So you go up to the register, you pay for it, and then you go to the side of the building, and a guy will get it from their warehouse for you around the back. I think that's what he means.
Oh, okay. I must have missed the.
Like you take the slip, you buy it, and then they give it to you, the product. Yeah. So you already bought it.
That's what.
Yeah.
Oh, God's saying you have the slip. Oh, I got you now. You just need to go in the back and get it.
And God
Once
will
again,
give it to you. Yeah. You already got it.
If you have that slip, is that accepted at Target? Where is that slip accepted at?
No, you actually need the product. Yeah. The
slip is just a
with the item that you have placed on demand. The item was already in the supply.
Like when you watch that tranny on demand video.
A receipt of something that existed in the supply house. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying. See, the word of God.
We're trying to follow Creflo. We're trying.
He has not given a single good word of advice. To sum up everything, it really is the seed argument. It is basically everything that you have planted is about to come into fruition. But you're just making claims. You're just saying everything's going to be all right. Is that not really what he's saying?
Pretty much, yeah. He's you already got it. You just have to wait for God to manifest, or you have to have faith in God to manifest it. It's
also, he's not a prosperity gospel, But what is today's message? Manifesting abundance. What a Christian message.
He's not greed though. It's not greed.
No.
It's just, no.
What? No. We wouldn't want to be abundant, but we just want to have a little abundance. A little bit of abundance.
An abundance, a garage full of fancy cars, an abundance of vacation properties all over the world.
There you go, baby. All from Jesus.
You take that word and you put a demand. You take that word and you put a demand, and God says, I will supply your demand. He said, I'm waiting on somebody to make a demand.
Yeah, you go to the bank, you do that, and you end up being arrested.
To make something he's already made instead of putting a demand on what already exists. God has a supply house, and it's filled with your healing.
Try and follow that logic.
To believe it enough to make a demand and expect to receive the product. I mean, you got that.
No, not me. I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Every few times that there's like a really, really bullshitty statement, he goes, "You guys get that? Was that on your level?" Yeah, we got it. It's called "We're about to give you money," and we're not gonna.
He does like
it's all in us.
Like this John Maddox-esque word salad of stuff that really doesn't mean anything. But it sounds like it sounds meaningful, and it sounds like there's a good message behind it. But what that actually is,
Well, it's a lot of deepities, lots and lots of deepities.
Peter. See, I knew just the foundation would take an hour. This is the foundation. I'm gonna get this out of me. I mean, if I gotta call revival, we gotta
rub it out.
Somebody
shake weights.
Start prospering financially to a point where it gets the attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing that he would like to get. His one mission. Can't someone just start prospering? Gosh darn it! He just wants someone.
He's right about that. Somebody's prospering in that room.
Of people around you. I've already said the wagons are no longer coming. They have arrived.
Not coming, Amy. It's already arrived.
You to start unloading the wagon.
Baby.
Unload your wagon.
2 Peter 1.
Not the first Peter, the second Peter.
His divine power.
The thick Peter.
Divine power comes from grace, his love. That grace is not power, but power comes from grace, just like prosperity comes from grace. Right? Now, according as his divine power, which comes from grace, hath given us all things that pertain unto life.
And yeah, like Mark is saying, this is heads, I win,
right?
Tails, you lose. Yeah. This is if you get cured, if cancer goes into remission, if the creditor, you find a way to refinance your debt, then they take credit.
You inherit a bunch of money, or
But if something bad goes wrong, will this gentleman be there by your side? Chances are no. That would be my bet.
And I mean, a room like that with hundreds of people, and just by pure coincidence, there will be a few people in there that have, through random chance, fall into some money, and maybe a big inheritance, maybe they win the lottery, maybe they get into a car accident, whatever. People seem to like to do that, but whatever. But there will be some people in there who actually do get money, and they'll attribute it to Creflo here. They'll get a big promotion at work or whatever. And but the 98% of the other people in there are probably going to be about the same.
And they'll credit it to him when they should be credited to themselves for actually doing the hard work. Also, hey, David P. Neff.
Hey, Neff. Well, it's like John Maddox, him talking about his accident, whether it really happened or not. But I mean, you're giving the credit for you surviving to the war god of the ancient Israelites instead of the doctors and hospital and the healthcare providers and whatnot that actually did the work.
Saved your life, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, why do you think I don't credit them? Because I've seen enough of your material and I know how Christians operate that you might thank them for it, but you really think it's from God, because if God didn't want them to be able to heal you, would they have been able to heal you? No. So actually, they were only able to save you because God wanted them to save you. So actually, thank God, not the doctors and the nurses and whatnot.
And I just really don't understand just this whole combining of making money and Jesus just seems like a weird thing. Though, I mean, must be a great model. The joke is we're always in the wrong business. Yeah, it must work. But I just don't understand how these guys sleep at night. But whatever. That's why we're going to, like I said,
chop them up.
Chop them up.
The slap chop. Remember that? The infomercials for that. The slap
Sounds
chop.
familiar.
It's like you put stuff in the thing and you slap it. A motion you're very familiar with. And like
I do like
slapping
chops.
I mean, your arms are jelly at this point.
Arms. I can't even say the frickin' Eminem thing. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Vomit on my sweater. Mom spaghetti.
And godliness, all things that pertain to
That's right.
life
Gonna love my nuts.
and godliness. So that's going to be pretty important, isn't it? Godly living.
Godly living.
Everything that pertains to life.
You're going to love my nuts. Exactly, Amaretto.
That's right. I love her nuts.
To help you with your illegal business.
What?
Faith will only work when you're dealing with the finished works of Jesus. That's not a part of the redemptive works of Jesus, is it? So in order for faith to work, it has to work on what was given through redemption. Let me give another example. It says, I'm going to use my faith.
Oh, that makes sense, Amy, right? That's pretty
This is why Jesus died. So that, I mean, honestly, it'd be a lot nicer if Jesus died so that we could get mortgage payments done. Honestly, that would actually be useful. It doesn't seem like car. Jesus. Yeah, get a car, anything useful.
A nice.
Pay a bill for once, Jesus. Come on.
Help a girl out.
Go to Las Vegas and hit the jackpot. Well, first of all, that's not based on a faith system. That's based on a luck system. And God.
Oh, that's luck.
Where somebody wins and somebody loses. God wants to work on a system where everybody can win.
Everybody can win.
Okay, well, I'm just going to have to tell you, preacher, if that's the system that you're saying God works in, then we do not live in a godly system. Because I don't know what to tell you. We live in a system of, unfortunately, a lot or just a small class of winners and lots and lots of people losing. I wish I could flip that script and get more fed faces out there instead of hungry ones. But unfortunately, there are, how should I put this?
There's probably
superstitions.
2 billion,
superstitions out there
worldwide
that claim moral authority, and then furthermore will tell you that when you invest money in them, you'll get that money back. And boy, howdy, is that evil when someone already is trying to scrape together dollars just to pay ends meet.
Well, I mean, it's like the Mother Teresa effect, right? Like everybody, throughout her life, she was revered and everybody thought she was such a great person, but mainly her main goal was not necessarily to alleviate suffering, it was to get people converted to Catholicism. That was what the primary operation of that was the primary purpose of her operation. It wasn't alleviating suffering or, because, hey, suffering in this life is insignificant if you're going to go to hell. So, the main thing, the only important part
You'll be
is
fine.
get you converted, and then your suffering here will be irrelevant. A trillion years from now, you won't even think about the suffering here.
Exactly. Don't worry about the suffering in this life when you're going to get all that eternal happiness afterwards.
So if you're in severe pain, we don't want to give you any medication for that pain because God wanted you to have that pain. And don't worry, that'll cut your time shorter in purgatory because in this life you're experiencing pain, which will help cleanse your soul of sin. So you don't have to spend as long being tortured in purgatory. It's a win-win situation.
Yay, especially the people you're giving money to.
So, I'm going to use my faith for God to give me the strength to rob a bank. It's not a part of the redemptive works of Jesus. You follow what I'm saying? So,
how about this? Con a bunch of people in a room. Would God give me the strength to do that?
Sell an invisible product.
When we're talking about how we
Bank robbery? No. Selling invisible product? Yes.
And God's not going to punish you and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is what you have in deposit.
Oh, look, he'll take payments from Canada. He'll take payments from all over. He
Anywhere,
will accept
baby.
all currencies. Indian rupees, he'll take them.
Oh, now y'all quiet.
South Africa, why not? We'll take their money too.
Redemptive objectives. Not selfish objectives. Not lustful objectives. Redemptive.
Amy's got some lustful objectives, I can tell you that much.
All day, every
We don't
day.
talk about that. Here we go, want to partake of his glory, but not want to live and express it. I want to be an expression of his glory. That's why I ain't never going to be broke, because he will supply.
Oh, that's why? It's not these people giving you money?
Turn to your neighbor and say, how you living? Don't answer. Because we all in process.
Glory to free, glory to the free. Your
But
Lord and Savior.
God has already
Glory hole is what I like.
Amy Newman, penis be upon her.
Ooh, that's important. All right. So notice what he says. Whereby are given unto us exceeding great and what? Precious promises.
Precious.
Oh, he's given us what?
My precious.
Precious promises.
Yes, Golem.
That by these you might be what? Partakers of
Horny.
his divine nature.
Oh,
Having escaped
okay.
the corruption in the world through lust. Check it out, folks. I partake of his precious promises. I partake of his divine nature through these precious
Still
promises.
hot.
So I get the word of God on my prosperity, and I use the word like a withdrawal slip, and I partake of the divine promises of God.
It's the second time he's used this reference. Like, I feel that he is using it accurately, but only because he's looking at his bank account right in front of him. Look at all these little checks right in front of me.
Right.
There's mama check and dada check, and they brought all the little checks with them. Isn't that so sweet?
Got about 400 people here, do an average of $36 per person, minus travel costs. I should be able to make $8,000 off of this meeting. That's what he's thinking about. That's the math he's doing in his head.
Yes, something tells me he does not lose a lot of sleep thinking about what happens if people don't have the prosperity in their heart and are actually just out living homeless.
Now, this was interesting. I don't have to share this with you, but I will. And besides
Oh,
this,
well, thank you so much.
add to your faith virtue, to your virtue knowledge, to your knowledge temperance, to your temperance patience, to your patience godliness, to your godliness brotherly kindness, to brotherly kindness. For if these things be in you and abound, they make you that you.
And we're actually already about 2/3 or 3/4 through the video. And so
Yeah.
at the end of this, we will open it up for the open mic so you can tell us about all the
How
wisdom.
long do we have left?
We are about 2/3, 3/4. We are
20 minutes or
midnight
so.
ranting on the prosperity, Smoshperity, basically prosperity gospel tonight. So come on down and keep on, or feel free to keep on tagging me at Amy Newman in chat. And woohoo with your comments or thought bubbles.
You shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. So he says these things are going to help you continue to receive revelation from him. But he that lacketh these things is blind and cannot see afar off. Now notice why you lack those things. Because you forgot that you were purged from your old sin.
Oh.
You are not
Oh.
receiving what grace has made available to you. You have forgotten that you were purged from your sins. So somehow or another, you're walking in condemnation. Somehow or another, you're walking in guilt again. Somehow or another, you're telling yourself you don't deserve this. Somehow or another, you're trying to prosper, but he's saying it's going to be difficult for you to prosper if you have forgotten what the blood has done for you. If you go back to self-effort and self-performance, and if you go back to thinking, oh my God, my sins have not been purged, if you forget that your sins have been purged, oh man, things not working. God's trying to.
Have your sins been purged, Amy?
Withdrawal, but now you're performing for it.
Had to use a lot of water.
Effort is involved. Now you're doing all of these other things that are not faith. Now you're back operating in the law again, and it shuts you down. These things aren't in you, and if these things aren't in you, you're going to be barren. You're going to be unfruitful. Barrenness and unfruitful.
Jesus says, it seems as if Creflo is made to make money and prosper. Why else would God have given him the last name Dollar? I know, there you go.
No irony.
Made
there.
for it.
Fruitfulness comes when you forget that you were purged from your sins.
You just forgot about it, Amy. Got to remember.
Father, I thank you that I have a blood-bought right to have more than enough money to pay my bills. And I am the righteousness of God by faith. Versus, well, I don't know if I can even, expect for money to come. I mean, I've been just terrible. And, I'm just a dirty rag.
What are you guys doing? Moping around, worried about your problems. Yeah.
What grace has made.
Pull yourself up by your bibble straps.
Are y'all following this? All right, now let's move on. Ephesians chapter 2.
I think that's best.
Chapter 2.
Let's move on.
Are we going to get to some actual advice?
Wow.
It is?
You think about the number of people who allow the enemy to come in and bring about condemnation and guilt and shame. And what does that do? That just shuts you down from apprehending and appropriating what has already been put on the inside of you, because you're convinced it's not for you, because of you hadn't performed well enough to be a recipient of what he has given you.
Have you performed well enough, Amy, to be a recipient?
Oh, maybe. I would say I have put my body in the position ready to get prosperity.
Remember this. This is so good.
Just pour the seed out on you.
Verse 8 out loud together. Let's read verse 8 out loud together. Ready?
Was he talking? Was that just speaking in tongues?
I didn't know if he did Latin or tongues. I want to be nice and maybe just assume he knows Latin.
Let's read verse 8.
Hold on.
Verse 8 out.
Yeah.
This is so good. Verse 8. Let's read verse 8 out loud together. Let's read verse 8 out loud together. Ready? Read. For by
Was that in Latin? I think that was him trying to bullshit in tongues.
And that not of yourselves. It's the gift of God. All right, now check this out now. Do you believe that your salvation is a gift of God? What could you have possibly done to deserve it? Do you believe your healing is a gift from God? What could you have possibly done to deserve it? Do you believe that your prosperity is a gift from God? So don't be going around trying to figure out how you deserve it. When that money show up, don't be talking about you deserve it because it's going to be a gift. You follow me? And now watch verse 8 again. We were saved by salvation that grace provided through faith. You don't hear me. We were saved by the salvation that grace provided through faith.
Once again, sir, this is Wendy's. I'm waiting to where this gets to the bill paid.
Salvation was provided. Grace provided salvation. He loved me so much, he provided salvation. It wasn't nothing I did to deserve it. Grace made it available to me. And through faith, I got saved.
And a bigger bank account.
We will prosper by the prosperity that grace provided. But it won't be manifested if we don't do it through faith. In other words, what did I do to get the salvation that grace made available to me? Well, I believed, didn't I? That's absolutely something you do under the new covenant. I did believe, didn't I? Somebody preached this salvation to me, and I believed it. And what happened? Through that faith and through that belief, you're saved right now, right? So you do have to have belief. There's no such thing in, let me make this straight. Dealing with the new covenant, there's no such thing as I didn't do nothing. There's certain things you didn't do that you can put under nothing, but you did something.
Well, now we gotta start the
thing
guilt.
You do under the new covenant of grace is believe.
You did something, Amy.
Don't ever forget that. That's how you respond to the new covenant of grace. I believe and I say thank you. So, if salvation has come from grace, what does it take for it to manifest in my life?
Spanx.
Through faith. Thank you, Lord. So, I can't get what grace has made available to me unless I get it, watch, what?
On.
Through faith.
Oh, okay.
Faith. Oh.
I didn't get saved.
Faith.
I would have never been able to get the healing.
Which is bullshit.
The healing that grace made available to me if I didn't get it, watch this, through faith.
Faith is a good way to be wrong.
I would have never been able to be delivered. I would have never been able to
Hi, nerdy.
deliverance that grace made available to me, except I got it.
It's like that when I found it.
Through faith. And I am never going to be able to get a hold of the finances that God and grace has made available to me, except I do it, watch this, through faith.
Oh.
I thought he was going to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
So if you don't prosper, Amy, it's because you didn't have enough faith. It's on you. That's
right.
Your fault because you did not have enough faith. If you have enough faith, you will wake up in the morning, you'll check your bank account, and there will be $1 million in there if you have faith. If not, you didn't have enough faith. Sorry.
You didn't believe hard enough.
We can't get it manifested.
Not hard enough, Amy. That's
Let's get it. Come on.
Shake weights.
Yeah.
Through faith. Faith.
It's big, right?
That's what he's got for us so far. Faith.
James, do you want to know how big is faith? It's actually in comparison to a 15-foot whale moving forward.
It's the door to.
I mean.
To the scene.
Science has evolution has science, creation has faith. Yeah.
Walk through the door to the scene. So what grace has made available has to walk through the door of faith in order for it to be seen. Nothing you gonna get except you get it through faith. Grace has made it available.
Nothing. Nothing you're going to get through faith. You know, funny, all of my bills actually have seemed to have come through the hard work that... That's kind of funny. Didn't have to pray for it. In fact, I feel like if I had just prayed
Notice
for
how that
it,
works.
none of the bills would have got paid. Funny how that works.
But through faith is
I mean,
what's going
at
to make
least
it.
we're not selling an invisible product here. You know what you're getting. You know, for our lovely Patreons who are so kind and take the time to support us and help us out. But we're not making any promises that we're going to get $1 million in your bank account. Just get to listen to us schmucks ramble on and yeah.
It is not an invisible product. They get to help make content, and we get to have interactions, and best benefit of all, they can prove that you and I exist.
We do actually exist. Yeah. You see our content,
but
yeah.
It's just always here. Oh, well, just here's is that.
What happened?
Oh, no, go. Faith.
Faith. Yeah, well, that's what he's got to offer. That's what he's selling is faith.
And I just wanted to show he has his little cell. He always tries to end in there.
Faith is what's going to make it available to you.
There you go. See that? Faith is going to be what makes it available to you. Oh, great. We have faith to take care of the bills or whatever ailment we're trying to fix right now. Wonderful.
Look at that smile on his face. He's like, yeah, I nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the people came for. I mean, I guarantee you, like I was saying, if you were to interview all of these people an hour afterwards, they would give a 5-star rating.
Right. 99% of them, yeah, you probably wouldn't have maybe one person, maybe even not one, who thought it was a waste of time.
I mean, I'm sure I'd enjoy the food. But, you know, after the endorphins run down and you go back to life and you still have all of the crap that life puts in front of you, where was the answers? Well, they were put within me, in my heart, years ago. Oh, well, that really doesn't help right now, but thank you.
2,000 years ago, Jesus already did it. He already gave it to you.
You get it to you. Through what? Through what? Do you believe healing has been made available? How do you get it? Do you believe that deliverance has been made available? How does it manifest on you?
Do you believe that Bigfoot has been made available?
Will supply all of your demands according to his supply. How do you get his supply?
What?
Through faith. Do you believe everything you need?
Wow, I had no idea that there was supply and demand Jesus. That's fantastic.
Yeah, supply side economics. Holy Spirit teaches in heaven.
Woo.
Professor of
it's cutthroat Jesus, baby.
Put it in your spirit. How you get it to manifest? Through faith. Don't let nobody fool you that teaches grace, that tells you you don't need faith anymore. You can't get the manifestation. You can't. Faith is the hook that goes fishing and reels it in to this manifested.
Hook me, Amy.
Oh, I think it's the Bible that he's using as bait, and he's just getting believers to give him money.
You have to have faith.
That's what he's doing. He's selling you faith, selling you the Bible. But he's telling you it's going to be profitable.
Just listen to him, and all your money needs will probably become worse.
Before, what you heard before was use your faith to get God to do it. What you're hearing now is use your faith to get what God's already done. You see the difference? One understands that grace has made it happen. The other one completely ignores that grace ever did anything trying to make it happen. You see how you can be short-circuited and stuff never happens for you? Because what you think is a life of faith is really a life of doubt and unbelief. Because the tense has got to change. You get that? Say amen. So we were saved by the salvation that grace provided through faith.
Sending love, Ian.
By the prosperity that grace
Thanks,
provided.
Ian.
And sup, Nick?
That our faith, now this is strong. This is where this revelation began with me. I believe this faith, we all know you got to go through the door of faith before it's manifested here.
It's a good song.
Now I believe, somebody says, well, what am I, that's always the question. What am I supposed to do? Let me change the question. What are my actions? What am I believe it, I receive it, I say, yes, I believe it through faith, but now how do I conduct myself?
My God. He has never looked richer than in the past, 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
His hand motion.
Are you trying to buy a car right
mannerisms.
now, good sir? What are you trying to do right now?
He was having flashbacks to the last time at the Rolls-Royce dealer.
He is getting close to supervillain body language.
Yes,
I mean, I love this guy. I love how hard you. But he's about to, at the very end.
Like Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget.
And he was doing so good, too. Yeah, do the sharks come out at the end of this presentation?
Conduct myself to try to
right before the offering plate gets passed around. That's what he's getting ready for. He's got to lean into that.
Do you know?
Sell a used car.
Back in my high school, I didn't even know it. First time I went in, we won 77-0. I was tricking. I didn't know. I was trying to get to my little girlfriend.
Would you like to buy a used Rolls Royce, Mark?
But here's what
from Creflo.
Hey, when you drop back and a quarterback.
Oh, look at that! He's misquoting scripture.
To that person, he's throwing to a spot. It's up to the receiver.
Also, hi, Scapegoat. And Tinkle.
Are you the receiver, Amy? Yeah, it's up to you.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, Amy's the receiver. Creflo's the quarterback.
Receiver is anticipated to be.
Patient.
Fate.
Oh, I'm making a connection, baby.
God Almighty. Jesus is our quarterback.
Yo, I'm telling you. No different. I make this joke so often, it's probably as old as time. But these dudes, they are no different than comedians, okay? We are up here being clowns going, honka, honka, honka. But we admit it. These mother mofos are supposed to, these are the guys that are supposed to speak with God.
Yeah.
It annoys me because Kent is such a comedian. Like, Kent wants to be a comedian if you watch enough of Ken Hovind's stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He has, the same motions that I do. He'll wait when he expects that jokes are supposed to erupt with laughter.
Yeah, he's reading the audience.
Yeah, reading the audience.
Are they into my jokes or no? Am I dying up here?
I mean, if I just had to give these guys advice, if I had to give Ken Hovind, just become a self-help person. Just go out there and give pep speaks to people who are looking to be pepped up. But when you sell the invisible product, when you sell hope, with really no advice, there was really no, there's not like there's business advice lodged in between this,
no.
This video.
And I mean, you can give people financial advice. You can give lower income people tools to help them manage their finances better. And there is
Absolutely.
stuff that can be done, but when all you have to offer them is faith, yeah, I don't think that's going to work out for most of them. But
No. And all right, so we got 3 minutes left on the video,
then we're going to
which
open up the
means
gate.
I am going to actually send the StreamYard so we can prepare to open up the gates. That's right, I'm going to be sending the link into chat, but then we're actually going to get through the last 3 minutes of the video, but it's been fun to at least hear the other side. I definitely like to, actually get the other position, not just have the two schmucks talk about it as much as it has
From the horse's
been fun.
mouth.
Yes, because no one can defend it better than people that actually believe it. So yes, this is, if you just joined us, we have been watching Manifesting Abundance on our Midnight Ranting of Prosperity Smoshperity, where we have been talking about the prosperity gospel.
From Pastor Creflo Dollar.
Creflo Dollar, that is his name.
He's already released everything we'll ever need to a certain spot. It is up to us to arrive at that spot. And when we get to that spot,
Generally, you gotta dig them.
the issue is not the quarterback, Jesus. Jesus throws perfect pass every time. The issue is, will you be where the ball has been passed? Your financial prosperity has already been passed. Wonder how many times you'd have missed it or dropped the ball.
Don't drop your ball, Amy.
Are you visualizing that?
Bless you.
Here's what I believe. Because
Thank
Drop
you.
their
I'm gonna
balls.
try not to.
there's got to be some
Drop my balls.
coordination.
Happens. But I mean, this is just a guilt trip. I mean, what he's saying is, if you're broke, it's because of you. If you're rich, it's because of God. That is what he is saying.
Jesus is going to give it to you. You just have to be able to get it.
Yeah, Jesus is perfect. He's been throwing you perfect catches. If you missed them, that's because of you.
It's on you.
Thanks, Jesus.
Cooperation between the quarterback and the receiver. There's got to be some correspondence and cooperation between the quarterback and the receiver. There's got to be some correspondence and some cooperation between the believer and what grace has made available. So from that perspective, let's talk faith. Let's talk faith. I believe that our faith requires cooperation. Write these two words down. Cooperation. And I believe that our faith requires correspondence to what grace has already provided. I believe that grace has provided my prosperity, so I've got to cooperate with what grace has already provided. I believe that grace has already provided my prosperity, so I've got to correspond to what grace has already provided.
Oh.
So let's define
Now it makes sense.
cooperation. That means to work in agreement. I like this word, to collaborate. When you cooperate, you work in agreement. You collaborate. You collaborate. That's what it means to cooperate. Let me give you a definition for the word correspond. It means having a close, similar match. Or it means to agree almost exactly. Having a close, similar match, or to agree almost exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was
Prosperity
just
gospel.
Manifesting Abundance by Creflo Dollar. If you want to look him up, we always want to be fair to the opposing interlocutors.
If you want to go to his
What do
website
you
and
think?
buy his products or donate money to him, feel free. I don't recommend it,
Feel
but
free.
hey, knock yourself out. You got money to
But
burn?
what do you
He'll
think,
take it.
James? He'll take it, yeah. Well, I wonder if he has, I don't know if it's exactly a Ponzi scheme, because a Ponzi scheme kind of has you in recruiting members and sending, but he probably has his own little game kit that he sends you. That
I'm sure he does.
you've been just in touch by Jesus. Press this cream all over your elbow and then send back $5
Yeah.
to make sure that
here's a little like
Yeah.
exercise, like on paper, like write this here, fill this out, put down your 3 goals in life, and here's a few Bible verses, send it back, and we'll pray about it, and send some money too with it, because why not?
Yeah, basically multi-level marketing through faith.
And like you say, it's the invisible product. You get the return in most cases after you die. He gets it now. Creflo got it now, but you might have to wait till you're dead to get it. But don't worry, you will get it.
But they get to fly around in their planes this very moment. The Joel Osteens, the Kents of the world, we're doing just fine.
They're doing all right. Through faith.
Through faith. Yeah, we went through that whole video. I don't think I learned a gosh darn thing. Like, all he was able to do was sell good feels. And I'm not hating on good feels. You know,
Good feels.
Everybody needs to be pumped up. And, you know, especially before you're about to do something or a sporting event or whatever. But my gosh, if you are not able to pay the bills, if you yourself or a family member is going through a hard time, then you are in turn their last resort. And, I mean, you're basically flipping a coin, whether anything's going to happen or not. Pretty
much. Luck of the odds. Sometimes it does, but if it does, hey, thank God. It was God that did it.
As George Carlin says, you might as well just pray to Joe Pesci. You get about the same 50% of the rate, and at least Joe Pesci will take a bat every once in a while and solve some things himself. So, might as well go with Joe Pesci.
Well, I prefer David Hasselhoff, but I can
David Hasselhoff. That's also good.
Pray to the Hoff. The Hoff will manifest all things possible for good in accordance with the Book of Romans.
He has a good chest too.
God the Father would be Bob Barker. Have your pet spayed or neutered.
Bob Barker.
Yep.
I also buy my DVD. That's right. My glass of water, which I'm almost making fun of myself when I say that, but a glass of water.
Water.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, you got something in your throat there. What's that in your throat there, Amy?
Well, it's actually a 15-foot high reservoir guar.
Hey, reservoir.
Woo-hoo! And all right, in a second, an apricot sloth. Good feels. That's true.
Apricot
Good feels
sloth.
are worth a lot these days. Though this guy and all of them, because not just this guy, he's kind of somewhere in between. They are really selling a solution. They are saying to give this money and you'll get it back tenfold. Just give that paycheck. You don't even know the riches that God is going to have in store for you.
Right. And Jesus said, in my Father's house there are many mansions, streets of gold. You want to live there? You want to live there, Amy? All you got to do is believe.
just believe, or he'll burn you to death. But that's a whole nother podcast. And all right, are you ready, James? I think it's time to get some people in here.
We got Mark. We got Amaretto back there. Let's bring him in. Oh.
Woohoo! And I see Joe just joined. All right, our bodies are ready. And
Joe
with
Pesci.
that, Joe Pesci, it's time to move into our woohoo, Marco. We are midnight ranting on prosperity, Smoshperity. I hope
Hey,
you're
Mark.
doing well. And what are your thoughts about the prosperity gospel or anything we've talked about tonight?
Yeah.
Hey,
so
Mark,
this,
how
this
you
is
doing?
One that, I'm good, mate. I hope you're doing well, James. So good to see you both, and so good to see the audience and talk to everybody. This is one that really irritates me, and I'm disappointed in both of you, because you can't mention the prosperity gospel without mentioning John Oliver's segment where he set up a fake church to see what he could get away with, kind of thing. I don't know if you ever caught it.
I didn't see that one.
I did see that in preparation. That was amazing.
It was beautiful. They set up a church called Our Lady of the Perpetual Exemption, and they basically applied for all these tax breaks, and they went on saying, hey, we'll cure cancer and we'll make it. The whole point is that under the American legislative system, you can say and promise literally anything. Anything. If you have not seen there's about 2 or 3 episodes that they did on Our Lady of the Perpetual Exemption. Definitely watch it, because it just shows you that there is no checks or balances or constraints.
Not with religion.
That's right.
Yeah.
They can promise literally anything. In fact, he goes through a few of the more, the usual suspects kind of thing, like Kenneth Copeland and Pat Robertson and those kind of people. But one was, I think it was Gloria Copeland. I do apologize if I got that wrong. But
Is that his wife?
Yeah, his wife, that would just promise a cure for cancer kind of thing. Just outright say, hey, if you send us your money, your cancer will be cured by God kind of thing. And promise that to the most vulnerable people in society, people that are sick and possibly dying. And it's that kind of lack of morals, that you can promise this stuff when your, let's call it generously treatment, has no more impact on whether you're going to survive than just pure chance. It's statistically, you've got the same chance if you just do nothing at all as, try and get one of these preachers to help you. And so particularly disgusting, but that was absolutely beautiful and hilarious, let's not forget that, segments on what you can get away with being a church under American law, and the incredible tax exemptions and other benefits you get. I mean, these guys, to say that their lifestyles are extravagant is an understatement. They literally live in $1 million houses and things. They have multiple cars, multiple jets, just so much money, and they ask the most poor for more money.
Right.
And very little of it goes into the widespread community. And I was sort of talking in chat about this. I think that a church, because don't get me wrong, churches do good works. No one is disputing that on the whole they do charity for the community kind of thing. And I've got no problem with churches doing charity. It's great that they do charity. But the problem is that they take in so much money and very little of it goes into the community. And I think I brought up the Church of Scientology as an example. Most of their money goes to help their members and only their members, while the fact that they don't pay taxes, it gets taken from the community as a whole. So most charities have to demonstrate that they're benefiting the community in general, not just the members of their religion, in order to get that charity status. And I see no reason why the churches can't do the same. Just prove that they're benefiting, because some of them actually do things for the community in general. They do, but some of them don't. in Australia, we've got a particularly nasty one. I'm not sure if it's over there, but it's called Hillsong, and it's basically
I'm not familiar with it. No.
Oh, I'm not even sure if it's over there, but it's one of the evangelical ones. They do believe in the prosperity gospel, and it's basically just a financial, like they don't do charity, they're just a financial money-making institution for their own Christian members. They've got no interest in helping anybody besides the Christians that are part of it. And, you know, the fact that they're tax exempt while they basically just make money for themselves is just disgusting. And unfortunately,
It's like printing money.
Yeah, well, our Prime Minister just happens to be part of that church, so they enjoy a whole load of, you know, exemptions. And, you know, I think he set up a security system at one in my state because he was worried that there might be extremists targeting the church. And let me give you the tip, there are no extremists here targeting the Christian church. It's just, he just wanted to, you know, give them freebies, and it's disgusting.
They're the
horrible.
victims, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's not the mosques who constantly get, you know, people actually defacing them and things like that. We're more worried about the Christian churches. I don't know why, but, you know, nice for them that they can get a handout from the government. And every time that the government wants to help actually poor people or mentally ill people or at-risk people, suddenly it's, oh no, you can't do handouts. That's just wrong. You know, that's you know.
Yeah. That's keeping them in
it's-
poverty. That's perpetuating the problem.
Right. No handouts except for the people that, you know.
Yeah, I would be interested to know what their positions, many of these prosperity gospels are, for programs, the safety nets and medical things that actually keep people in society healthy and well and mentally stable.
I think most of them would be against it. I think they would say you need to turn to
Probably.
God for that, not the government.
It's hard to say that, and I really think we should avoid lumping all of them into the prosperity.
Oh,
gospel,
sure.
You know, because I know that a lot of Catholic churches do, you know, help with providing food for the poor and homes for the homeless and things like that.
And I will say, oh no, continue. Go continue.
Well, I'd be perfectly happy with them having a tax exemption because of the amount of money they put into, you know, providing for those vulnerable
If
people.
they're legitimately helping people, yeah.
Absolutely. Where it comes in that I get really pissed off is when they demand that you sort of either worship them or participate in their religious ceremonies in order to get that charity. You know, you've got to listen to a sermon and, you know, go through whatever rigmarole they ask for and pray and things like that. That's what really irks me, because if
Don't feed the homeless, but you will get
I
preached
think
to.
Matt Delahanty used to call it holding your sandwich hostage for prayer or
Yeah.
something, you know, like,
Yeah.
because is it really charity if you're doing it in exchange for something? Even if that exchange, you know, the other person perceives it as not much, you're still demanding something in order for that
Well, it's still a
charity.
sales pitch. It's not really that you're giving
Correct,
charity.
yeah. Absolutely.
It's like Mother
And I
Teresa
just wanted-
with the preaching.
Oh, sorry, my wife just brought me a coffee. I'm sorry, it's just beautiful.
Woohoo.
I'm living the life.
And I just want to say, because you're right, I want to paint as fine a brush as possible, because when I was doing research, we kind of found this video for the last minute, because when you're looking at prosperity gospel on YouTube, it's actually very negative. It's mostly theists mostly denouncing prosperity gospel stuff.
It's easy
And
to be against
so-
it, yeah.
Yes, so this is, you know, we always make the selling the invisible product joke. Now this is selling the invisible product to the most needy possible. So it's just like an even worse layer somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, some of the people, they're in such a vulnerable mental state. You know, it's like selling snake oil to somebody. You know, if they've got cancer and they're absolutely desperate for anything that can help them, that they're in such a like, that's why con men prey on these people, because they are in a very
Absolutely.
and, you know, and let's extend it a bit. Somebody that, you know, they're struggling financially, they're in debt, you know, it's a hard slog out. They don't have somebody to guide them financially. and all they do is go to church, and somebody's saying, hey, if you give money to me, I'll put in a good word for the big man and get you out of debt. And they're in a very, very vulnerable place. It's very easy to prey on these people. I mean, it's morally reprehensible, but these preachers, they do know there's a reason why they are multimillionaires, because they know who to find that are in that vulnerable state to get that money out of them, because they are desperate for anything that will get them out of these situations.
It's like Ken Hovind. He used to promote like vitamin B17 from apricot seeds as a cure for cancer. He used to talk about his son-in-law, his daughter's husband had cancer, and that he had taken the apricot seeds, and it completely turned his thing around. What happened to him? He eventually died of cancer, but that's
And there's a story on the John Oliver thing about a woman that was convinced by Gloria Copeland to sort of give their money, but she didn't get medical treatment. She didn't go for chemo. She honestly thought that God would heal her, and she died. And it's so hard just to turn a blind eye to that, to somebody that is so convinced they're gonna be healed, and just it's an awful thing. And I don't know how these preachers can prey on those people. It's really disgusting, but So
Thank you so much.
I do get a little bit mad by this, because there's just
It's a pet peeve subject, I think,
Yeah,
of
it
James
is.
and I, and I think it's something that the non-believer community, it's a good rallying point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there are some aspects of religion that aren't so manifestly harmful that have arguably some positive aspects to it, but this is just one of those that that's hard
One
to
of
put
those-
perfume on the pig.
Yeah, one of the reasons for my anti-theism. And I want to send love to Skywatcher. Woohoo! And send in
Yes, thanks, Skywatcher.
love to J Mike. Woohoo! Hi,
Hey,
guys.
Mike.
Oh, I can hear someone. But send in love.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Just 1 second.
No, you're fine. Send in love. And in fact, we are Midnight Ranting. Amaretto getting ready to donate to her OnlyFans. We are talking about prosperity Smoshperity, or really prosperity theology. I hope you're doing good. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about?
Thank fucking God my parents never fell for any of that fucking bullshit. So, and this is the thing. I'm coming from a theistic position. Yes, churches do good work. We're not arguing that. However, Amy, I've told you, I've ranted before. The church that my next door neighbors, basically the church, extended church network in their family. The grandfather is a pastor of a major church here in Delaware with a school. And then the kids, that's the two daughters and two sons, or sons-in-laws. I told you about this, how their ministry was basically, there was a page, I don't think it's on there anymore because I haven't been able to find it recently, but they were like, even if you're poor, you still need to give. And it's just like, I take issue with that as someone coming from, I've been dirt poor,
Yeah, it's kind of abusive.
Yeah, it's manipulative. I feel it's like, obviously, so there was a link I posted in chat earlier, and Mark couldn't read it, I guess, because it didn't allow international people to view it. But I thought it was kind of interesting because it's going into like all these different pastors that preach this. Now there's one or two where it's like, oh, okay, some of his wealth is not just derived. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can find it again. but he was on BET, and he's an author. And okay, so it was exposed. Creflo Dollar and 7 other black pastors whose net worth is 200 times greater than their flocks. There is potentially one pastor on there, T.D. Jakes is his name. He actually, I believe, spoke at Obama's inauguration. He's a very prominent pastor. So he has a huge net worth. He's been doing this kind of thing for a while and everything. Okay. Some of that is probably not, like, the guy's been on Oprah. So as much as I am sketch, I mean, that's a little bit more plausible to say, okay, you probably have accumulated wealth from other sources, right? Now, Creflo and a whole bunch of these other people, they're not. I can tell you one of the sons-in-laws of my neighbors, they used to be an accountant. They had really good paying jobs. They all left their jobs to do this church. And you can't tell me that somebody would leave a well-paying job, even for religion, and having faith without having some measure of security. So, you know, you shouldn't be going into the faith or anything of faith as far as like starting a church or a worship group or anything like that without having stuff set aside first. I feel it's like this, it's kind of like, you know, you're not expecting this to be a full-time paying job. You know, you shouldn't be going into it for the money. That kind of thing, you know, comes with time. Obviously, of course, they should be able to make a living. I believe in everybody able to make a living, but you shouldn't be going into it just so you can. Yeah, you shouldn't be going into it to be like Joel Osteen. Like, that's just rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
And you know, I truly do take issue with that as a theist. I feel it's like that's, you know, that kind of predatory behavior has sent people into bankruptcy. And, you know, given the fact, like, my mother just passed away tonight from cancer, the fact that some people, you know, would manipulate others and say, I will, you know, if you give me this much money, I will take your terminal illness away or something like that, or a very tragic condition or whatever away. And if it happens that you die from it, oh, well, you didn't believe hard enough or give more.
Was it God's will?
Yeah. To that. Like, fuck that. Fuck that whole
ramen.
So, yeah, it's Mark. I was excited that Mark brought up the bit from John Oliver, because that also is pretty much a lot of my thoughts. I think it is definitely hella easy to set yourself up, and as a church. And to be honest, I feel it's like after a certain point, that income should be taxable. I feel it's like up to a certain point in, you know, it shouldn't, because at that point it's like, yeah, these pastors are fucking making a living. You know, it's the same kind of thing as people pretending to be homeless and taking money from people under false pretenses. And then going into their Mercedes and driving away, which unfortunately some of that does happen, which sucks. But it's the same kind of thing. There are legitimate people who go into the faith not to get rich off of others, but because they want to make a difference and be a positive influence in their community. And then you have these fucking assholes who want to go in because they want to be able to be like, I have 2 planes. And no, that's, to me, that is not a person of faith. Yeah. If I remember correctly, you know, Levi, I believe was his name, was a tax collector, or basically an accountant, and Jesus called to him and he left all of his wealth and all of his money. So if anything, you know, if you're accumulating that much wealth, you should be giving it back to the community at large, not just your members. I was actually talking with my friend tonight earlier about how one of the Unitarian churches in our area, actually, she kind of got the membership vibes from and everything else. And that was really disappointing to me, because a Unitarian church, especially taking so much influence from different faiths, not just Christianity, you know, I would have hoped that some of that bullshit would have been mitigated, but apparently not. So that's just kind of like my general thoughts on that. Fuck that shit. Pay some goddamn taxes, just like fucking Jeff Bezos, you know.
Right.
Like, we want to talk like here in America, you know, infrastructure is a big thing, right? We have so many failing roads, bridges, stuff like that. Amy and I, the state we live in, you notice like there's always construction, but on the flip side, we go to 2 different neighboring states and the roads are deteriorating. So it's just like all of those kind of big projects that help the country as a whole. Just imagine how much money we could raise if we tax these mega churches when they have income of above a certain amount, you know, or tax these preachers if their income is above a certain amount. Just imagine we could have fixed all these roads and bridges and stuff like that and put people to work. It's so stupid. So
You could have an entire just tax them and it goes right to sandwiches for poor people fund. And they
also,
still probably not take it.
I said in chat, Amy, for a dude who calls himself Creflo Dollar, I was kind of disappointed he looks so much of a normie. That suit, I'm sorry, that suit was not custom made. He bought that shit from the department store on clearance, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
And I will say, I think like some of the comments were like, he's such a normal dressed man. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that guy's worth millions. Once again, he's one of the guys. There were none of the men and sometimes women that I were looking up to that are looking into that they didn't have multiple planes. Like none of them didn't even have not one plane. They all had like multiple planes to pick from.
Yeah, in that article I found on rare.us. So this article was from 2015. So it begins with earlier this month, an Atlanta megachurch asked its congregation to dig deep into their pockets to donate so the church could purchase a $65 million luxury jet. In a video on the yes, it was. Asked its 200,000 parishioners to donate $300 each to purchase the Gulfstream G650. After negative public reaction, the video was quickly pulled down. Some of the harshest words came from the faith community, including Contemporary Gospel's Kirk Franklin, who told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, "When I camouflage my greeds to look like needs, that's a shortage of character." I agree with that kind of thing. And this is the thing, too, I kind of found interesting. So TD Jakes, he is, I think, in Dallas, but there are several of these huge mega pastors that are based in the Atlanta area. And then a lot of some of the other richest black pastors of this type, Nigeria, which I thought was kind of crazy. So it's just kind of like, you know, how you can only imagine. So in parts of Africa, how much these people are fleecing their congregations, and the cost of living, like, you know, might not be as high here in the States, but they're also not making as much money either. And that their money does not go as far as it does, I think, in other parts of the world. And that's a shame.
Mm-hmm. And all right, thank you so very much, Amaretto. And that's right, don't forget to donate to her OnlyFans. And all right.
Can I just say one quick thing before we go on? Like, I was amazed to find out that, and I just found out this in chat, that the most wealthy religion is actually the Mormons at $200 billion worth. And
holy.
Now,
I believe that.
Well, I know that the Mormons own Sanitarium, the cereal company, and they don't pay tax on Sanitarium because it's a company, right, making money and producing cereals like, you know, our Wheat Bix we get over here and stuff. Don't pay any tax because it's religious.
Well, the thing with the Mormons,
that's stupid. I don't even think Mr. Kellogg even got an exemption. The same Mr. Kellogg that was a huge Seventh-day Adventist, I guess, and, you know, normalized circumcision among the American male public.
Oh, that's terrible.
Terrible.
Yogurt enemas she used
Yeah.
to give.
What? All right. How'd they find out what I was doing this weekend? And moving forward.
Oh, what we'll be doing tomorrow night, baby. It's been a long week. Hey, listen, it's been a long week for me. So
Very long and very hard.
Dude, man, it's not every week you find out your mom has stage 4 cancer and then, is gone.
Damn.
She got diagnosed on Saturday
I'm so
afternoon
sorry.
with stage 4B lung cancer, and they told us she had months, and then her condition just deteriorated so quick. And my mom trolled me, man. She died right as I was walking, I think, up to her room. But she, and me as a person of faith, I had something inside, like, just telling me, park here on the highest level of the garage, when I've been parking on the bottom all week just so I can rush in and out quicker. And like the most beautiful heckin' sunset, like where Amy and I are, it's been storming most of the day today, and like the sunset was just so gosh darn beautiful. And then I get in, and basically it's almost like I think my mom like didn't want me to see her die, but she also was showing me something beautiful because she really loved colors. She hated all of my grayscale work as an artist. She loved all of my paintings and drawings of like flowers and stuff like that were bright and vivid. So I don't know. I talked with Amy a little bit about this earlier, and it's like, yeah, I feel like my mom trolled me, but this whole kind of thing, I'm so glad that my mother never really heavily got into my neighbor's church family, so to speak, because I think that, especially like, reading that statement a couple years ago on the Daughters and Sons-in-Law's church website, just my mother could have gotten fleeced for a whole lot more than what she did.
Well, I hope you're okay, Amaretto.
Yes, in fact,
I will be. I will be. Listen, I've got White Claw, so I'm hanging in there.
Well, I'll go easy on you tonight, all right? I'll go easy on you.
Just a tad.
Okay.
Sending love to Amaretto.
We love you, Amaretto, yeah.
Yes, and I will say, Apricot, it's only my second yacht that we're working on right now. So
Only your second. You gotta pump
only
those
my
numbers.
second.
Those are
I
rookie
know.
numbers. Come on.
The question is, which
selling
Mercedes
timeshares.
are we working on?
That's right.
Shares in hell.
But okay, we are.
Listen, it's a successful business model. How many sinners are out there? I'm telling you what.
Come on, heathens. No, I mean it. Come on, heathens. And anyway, we are moving forward. Joe,
bless Amy.
we are Midnight Ranting, and I did see Claire also as well behind, but I don't know. I think she dropped off. So if you want to join back, you can. But Joe, we are Midnight Ranting on Prosperity Smoshperity, where we talk about the prosperity gospel. I hope you're doing good, and what are your thoughts?
Hey buddies, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good. I just first I got to get this out of the way. How do I find out what time you're going to be on before you're actually on?
Subscribe to her channel.
Well, on
the Discord.
We
usually posted a little bit in advance. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because usually, like, I'm just like, it's like 9 o'clock. I'll check, see if Amy's on, and I'm like, I'm about to go to bed. It's like 1 a.m. Let's see if Amy's on. Oh, okay, she's on. Now I'm gonna stay up the rest of the night.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, dude, like we're the East Coast late night crew, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I need to get more of like an actual dedicated schedule. I can generally say we do about 2 or 3 streams a week, though the time period tends to be that type of time where it is both early and late at the same time. It's like that Twilight where the waitress doesn't know what's coming through the door. That's generally...
But I mean, like we'll get 30 people at 5 a.m. So I mean,
so Discord though.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Usually like 4 or 5 hours in advance, she'll post it there. But
Okay. Well, I caught about 30 minutes of that of the prosperity gospel, and I took notes. So just so I didn't forget some of the stuff that I was observing in that. I actually used to have one of my customers back in a small town that I used to live in was a prosperity gospel lady, and she. Now, I don't want to disrespect her, but I will give you a little background. She was an ex-con, or maybe not exactly a con, but she was in prison for quite a number of years for dealing drugs and something like that. And then she got out of prison and she went into prosperity gospel because, the Lord changed her life and everything in prison, as she says. And then she immediately started making a lot of cash, and she had one of the nicer houses in town. So I did think it was pretty strange. And then everyone in town treated her like, oh wow, it's such a blessing to have this person in town. She's really like a light of the community. But she was Joe, exactly like this guy. Yeah.
Was
so
she
what
white?
You're saying is, what you're saying is she traded in the con for the long con. Is that what you're telling me?
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Well, I wonder, was she white, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, so some of that is also white privilege coming into play too, because I bet you $5 that if a black woman had a similar story, they might not be as successful just simply because racial disparity and discrimination. So
yeah, well, she found the right small town, I guess, to go to, because she was
I've heard that
she was doing pretty
easier
well.
To get parole when you're if you find God in prison.
Absolutely.
You've got a better chance of getting parole. So I wonder how many people find the God of parole in the prisons, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. It happens. Everybody goes to find Jesus in jail. Yep.
All right. Yeah. Since I got
and
the
that's a fucking
a
shame too.
I'll just go over. I mean, is this my intro or what?
Yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's your intro, and then tell me when you're done, and we'll just slip into open conversation.
Oh, well, how many more people are waiting to get in here?
That's it. You're the last dude.
Okay. All right,
and we're glad to have you.
All right.
Well, where's Claire? I thought she was coming back.
She was, but
left.
she popped out.
Oh, an accelerator said that he would come in, but I'm not sure if he's still coming. Because Ralph, that's right. Yeah, my apologies, Ralph. I'm not sure if he's still coming or not.
Christianity is so great.
He can't handle me. Accelerator's not gonna Accelerator's not gonna handle me. You saw how he got in the chat earlier. No, but I mean he'd be like the whole triggered meme. Look at zero taxation for all churches. No, baby. I can shoot this down in 5 seconds. No.
One does not handle Amaretto. Amaretto handles you.
Our channel's own social justice warrior. Woohoo.
Rogue. God dang it. No.
I'm sorry. I missed the name of who was the person that's just in. I do apologize.
Joe.
Joe. Yeah, good to meet you, Joe. I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, you too.
Sorry, Amaretto. Go.
I was gonna say I'm not worried because I recognize your voice.
Who, me?
Yeah.
But my accent's so mainstream and normal.
Are you kidding me? Your accent's not mainstream. Listen, everybody loves Australians. You guys are like the sex appeal of the globe. Are you kidding me?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is only my second time on, so I don't know if I've talked directly to you before or not, but I've at least heard your voice on the other streams.
Nice. Yeah, I'm around. Good to hear from you.
Wait a minute. This is Mark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I think I talked to you for a little while on the, I think it was number 39 or I don't know, the one after that.
Cool, man.
Anyways, I'll say there's a couple things I took some notes on here because a lot of the stuff that he was doing was just general crowd control and public speaking techniques. So one of the things he kept saying was he was trying to put a hook in people's mind, like the faith is what's gonna achieve the miracle. The faith is what's gonna bring the money, and by when he kept saying the faith, then he was trying to constantly suggest that you have to prove your faith through a gesture of donating to me, the representative of God. Which is exactly what the same thing that the lady, because I watched some of her videos, the lady that I used to, she was an ex-customer of mine. It's the same thing. They say, I'm the representative of God. I represent the church. You give me your money that shows it's a proof of faith or a gesture of faith. And then once you show faith to God, so they're really twisting the, I guess, logic and trying to pin these things in people's minds in a certain way. So they keep reinforcing, if you give me money, God will give you money because I represent God. And I mean, it's just like with so many things in life, they're hiding corruption behind the guise of holiness and purity. And he sells
Like
people on.
It's so stupid. You know, that's like saying, like, you know, donate your money to like Elon Musk and you will get rich. We all know that that's not going to heckin' happen. Like, you know, give your money to Jeff Bezos and it will come back to you. I mean, Walmart, we've seen how that kind of stuff works. You know, it's the same thing as like corporations and billionaires. There's some form of psychopathy involved and lack of empathy and care for people. And like, you know, that's kind of what it is. They don't care. They might think that they're doing something good, but the heart of the matter is, if push came to shove, they don't care. Look at what Joel Osteen got into some hot water because he didn't open one of his churches up during the Texas power crisis, I think it was.
No, it was the hurricane. Was it?
Oh, it was a hurricane?
I think so. Yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah, for people seeking shelter. Yeah, he didn't open it up right away.
Joel Osteen not opening church doors. Let's see let me see. I think Google's going to show. Yeah, so fact check. Texas amid devastating winter storm. Okay, so he did open it there during the winter storm, but I think it was back in 2017 or so.
That was Hurricane Harvey.
Yeah. So again, and he only opened it, I'm betting you, during the winter storm because he got so much flack for not opening it during that hurricane. So, F him. Like, 5 ways out to Sunday. Like, you can't tell me that wasn't, he did that out of the goodness of his heart. He opened his church finally because he got shit on for not doing it in the first place, when, you know, you probably had smaller churches and organizations that were willing to help people. So,
also, Joe, just like you were saying, he's kind of riding on the coats of the religion. It's like he's saying, hey, here's this Jesus. We all love Jesus, but
he barely mentioned Jesus. He barely mentioned Jesus in the video.
That is also true. But it's almost like he's trying to glom onto it and then say, oh, yeah, when you're giving money to me, you're really giving it to God. And it's like, oh, that's funny. God needs money
God
now,
wants to give it back to you.
Yeah.
Not just money, he needs your money.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing they do while they're in there is they just constantly repeat these things to basically twist people's thinking around to say, hey, when you give money to me, you're giving it to God, even though he's the one that keeps all the money. He keeps trying to reinforce the idea that, no, this money's going to God. Just don't think about that. Just give the money. Have the
He's
faith.
just the middleman.
And
yeah.
And what's that?
It goes to God. He's just the middleman.
And like he's sitting there selling people. I mean, it's all sales tactics. He sells people on an idea, and makes them act upon that idea in the moment after his big charismatic speech, before they have time to go home and process everything he said. And it was just basically a big, empty sales pitch. But in the moment, I mean, they're all, they're all excited and they're all, hyped up on their dopamine from hearing all this talk about hope and all these different things, all this, I guess, these beautiful words. So they're more open to give, they're more susceptible. And I mean, this is a lot of stuff he was using is the same stuff that like an interrogator or an investigator would use whenever they have a suspect in a room. And they sit him down and they just keep talking and talking about the same things over and over. And then basically it's a way to psychologically wear down the crowd. So they have them there for 1 or 2 hours. And after a while, they're of just basically empty talk of saying these, of trying to confuse their thinking and their logic. The people are so worn down by the end of it that they just, they basically just ride on their feeling of, oh, well, I'm in a good mood. We're all hopeful and happy here. I'm just going to give the money, get the hell out of here, hope that my cancer has been cured. And then also another thing he was doing was he was getting the audience to repeat back to him certain phrases and certain things. So they would be in agreement with him. It's like the Stockholm syndrome. You know, he has them there for a certain amount of time, and then he starts getting them to slowly agree with him, and take on his form of I guess flawed logic that he's trying to get him to think along certain lines. And then he starts telling them, oh, what are we going to do? How are we going to feel? How's this miracle going to show up? And then he gets them to start parroting his lines. So now his logic is implanted in their heads.
You know what it reminds me of, Joe? Rather than Stockholm syndrome, it's actually Gruen transference, if you know what that is.
Well, you got faith, right? Of course, you have faith.
No, but I'm going to write it down now that you said it. What is it called?
The Gruen transference. It's basically when you go to a mall and you basically walk around the mall and there's ads assailing you and things like that. It's when you transfer those products as being the things that will solve the problems in your life. It's a very interesting concept.
So Gruen transfer.
Gruen. It's named after the psychologist that did it. I think it's Gruen.
Gruen transference. Okay,
Is that
I
like
wrote
a form
that down
of priming?
so I can get smarter.
I'm gonna have to check
kind
this
of.
Because priming is also something too, where it's like you're, subconsciously, getting somebody to. It's kind of like some of the same stuff that happens with with the sociological concept of like symbols. Like you tend to associate certain types of pictorials, maybe logos, colors, stuff like that with other things. So that's kind of like, the whole concept of priming.
Yeah, that ties into semiotics kind of thing. All of those significant associated with various colors and patterns and, things basically.
Yeah, and another thing he kept saying was basically the idea that your life is bad because you haven't donated to God yet. So it's your fault that things are messed up. And if you did donate, or if you donate now and there's no miracle later, it's because you didn't donate enough or you didn't believe hard enough. So no matter what,
you didn't have enough faith.
Yeah, it's going to be their fault no matter what, because God's never wrong. And since this is a speaker of God,
I mean, it's the same thing. If showing your faith is donating, then the more you donate, the more you show your faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing. You demonstrate your faith by donating. Right. And the interesting thing is, if you manage to convince a crowd that holiness is prosperity and you're the richest guy in the room, it becomes very easy to convince them that you're the holiest guy in the room, right?
Mm-hmm. Because God has blessed you the most and you're his chosen favorite.
But the only reason you're in that position is because you've convinced people that the holiest person is the richest person, which happens to be you because you've gotten everybody's money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's all a psychological science, basically.
Yeah.
It breaks down into all these different elements of public speaking and crowd manipulation, and it's it's just like faith healing. I mean, it's such an exact science, I guess. You could look at any of these faith healing things and then look at technique after technique that each one of them performs, and they just get people all hyped up and excited over on hope, and there's no proof, there's no consequences if they get it wrong, or if they have someone throw their heart medication on stage and say, I don't need this anymore, and they die the next day of a heart attack. there's no accountability to the people that are making the money. So
Right. And there should be.
yeah, and those are all the notes that I have. So I guess I'll pass I'll pass out of my intro now, if that was my intro.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Joe. And we actually have, I'm not sure if it's an opposition viewpoint, because like I said, I think many of the theists are against it, but we'll find out. Thank you so very much,
No, he's
Joe.
been in the chat supporting it. So.
And I also, well, then there you go. I also see V and Carol. Good morning. See, it's a good night, good morning, whatever it is to you out there. We're saying hello. But Ralph, we are Midnight Ranting, and we are talking prosperity, Smoshperity, or the prosperity gospel. Hope you're doing well.
Good
And
morning.
what are your thoughts?
It's pretty early here, and I must confess off the bat I've only slept for a few hours, so I can't be on for very long. But I thought I'd jump on and say hello and make some comments here and there. And who's this? Is it Amarillo, the social justice warrior?
Rogue, not warrior.
She likes to be called it. She's a social justice rogue. That's what
I
she
would
says.
love to
not a
debate
warrior
a social
class.
justice warrior sometime, but that's probably for another time, maybe.
As close as you'll get here.
Justice rogue.
Because I represent the opposite end of the political spectrum from social justice. But I was just going to make a couple of quick comments. So we know, for example, that as a Christian, Christians give more to charity. Christians and Muslims combined give the most amount of charity in the world. And this charity is an underestimate financially, because it doesn't include, for example, the time and money. So we give a lot of time. I myself give a lot of my time volunteering in churches. And so when you point at things like the prosperity, you're really arguing to the edge case. It's dwarfed by the amount of Christian charity that is given in terms of both time and money. So you're talking about 500 billion or something worldwide. So Christians, first of all, have the most amount of wealth, and they're neck and neck with Muslims for giving the most of their time and money. So the money is recorded, the time less so. So I think it's not necessarily fair, not that I care about fairness, but it's not necessarily fair to just point out the prosperity without pointing out that that's a minute part of the actual charity giving. Not sure what you guys think of that.
I would push back on that, actually.
So I will also say I want to push back a little bit too, just for the fact that, okay, so how many people are giving that time and money because of the religion and through the churches, and what's or versus that's their own personal moral code?
In my case, I can speak for myself and the people I know close in my life. My first volunteering mission started at the age of 14 and 15 in Africa, in Asia. Even in school, and I was doing so because I volunteered my time, and that volunteering was disconnected from proselytizing. We were cleaning little African babies, teaching literacy in rural areas. All of this is Christian giving out of a moral understanding that is the good thing to do.
And that's good, but you have to understand that a whole chunk of missionary work done across the globe is not done separate from conversion.
Indeed, and I think in the older days, there'd be much more proselytizing. But I think in modern charity giving, so for example, I recently was on my first street mission because I've just moved to Berlin for a while. I'm from London. And I was on a equivalent of a soup kitchen, and none of it was proselytizing. We were feeding people of different faiths, different ethnicities, and we do not preach the gospel. We just gave them warmth, comfort, shelter.
So this is just a red herring, because we already addressed this. Like when I started, I already said we've got to acknowledge the religious, organizations that do charity for no thing. I've already addressed this, so it's kind of just a red herring thrown out there. Secondly, the largest charity in the world is Red Cross, where you might argue that the origin of the Red Cross was religious. It's not really a religious organization anymore. It mostly does medical work and blood work and stuff like that. And you can
True, but I think the cross,
Medicine Sans Frontier, and there are a lot of secular charities out there doing very good work as well. So in this thing, we're talking about the prosperity gospel. So I think that sort of going after we've already acknowledged that churches do charitable work that is beneficial, I think saying, but churches do this work. Well, we've
No,
already.
I'm not trying to take away from the prosperity argument. I'm just framing its weighting, for example. But on the prosperity notion as well, we also have lots of very, very good studies that people of faith, for example, have better health and better wealth. So lots of studies show that the indirect benefits of faith are a healthier life, nuclear families, and the propagation of wealth, saving money for their children. So there are strong studies that show people of wealth tend to live healthier. People of faith tend to live healthier and wealthier lives.
So some of that's also intertwined. Some of that is also intertwined because looking at it from the perspective I have, so for a lot of church communities, it's intersocial networking. So a lot of those groups, they build wealth within the church community by giving favors and job offers and contracts to other members of their own congregations. It happens a lot. I've seen it happen in Southern Baptist congregations that I've visited. And so, that kind of goes hand in hand. And when you generate wealth, you also can afford better quality health care. So there is a lot of stuff that kind of goes hand in hand with that as well, because you also have to keep in mind, it's not necessarily the religion, it's the social networking aspect that can come along with the church community that helps play into that.
I absolutely agree, because part of the conservative moral foundation is wired into us, whether you're an atheist or theist, is an in-group preference. And people of faith will demonstrate in-group preference to those of faith. So we would expect to see nepotism, looking after the flock, strengthening the Corpus Christi as a moral thing to do. Equality and egalitarianism would be a liberal position. So a conservative Christian would put the Corpus Christi ahead of the non-believers.
So you think that it's a hierarchical system that you have some people, sort of way better off, and the people down below you they should be poor and struggling and in trouble and unhealthy.
I don't believe they should be necessarily poor, but it is a moral stance to take to look after your own. Just like I would look after my family first, and then my extended family, and then my community, wherever I locally am. I would consider that a moral position, yeah. As opposed to
don't you see how that would contribute to a much worse society than taking care of those people in need?
It depends what your model of taking care is. If your model is based on social abstractions, and we look at all the failed attempts by the Soviet era to implement that, it ends up being a race to the bottom. Whereas you look at the hierarchical...
I can argue that capitalism's a race to the bottom right now. My mother passed away from lung cancer because she was basically on Medicare and, pushed aside. Her primary care doctor didn't want to see her until next month. And I can bet you if she had private health care, like if she had private health insurance, if she had more money and influence, that would not have been the case, because that's how it is in American healthcare.
I believe I've lived in the States for a long time, but I'm not American, and I know you don't have the equivalent healthcare systems as Europe. But once again, you could make the argument that under capitalism, and I'm not a capitalist strictly speaking, I'm a constrained capitalist, but under capitalism, every metric for things like poverty and health have risen since the 1850s. So if you're attacking capitalism, the data is against you.
My argument is that capitalism is not the golden standard, that a lot of things are not a golden standard. I think my personal position is that a hybrid system is the best, because you have to account and have checks and balances.
I agree. I'm not a capitalist. I'm not a free market capitalist. I believe capitalism should be constrained by nationalism. So, no, I would put nationalism ahead of capitalism. I'm not a laissez-faire globalist.
But I would actually like to go, it's because the prosperity gospel is like a specific thing. It is the type of preacher that is going out there and saying that you have already set the check. It's already in the bank. You just need to cash it. You just need to have faith, and everything is going to come towards you.
I don't think I would be mounting a strong theological Christian defense for the prosperity little niche. It is, after all, a small niche of Protestantism. It's more prevalent in the United States than it is in Europe. There's very little prosperity gospelism in Europe or other parts. It seems to be a particular niche value, and I think the Orthodox Protestant position is not included in the canon. So it's a very specific phenomenon. It's like a very US, put your hands in the hands of the baby Jesus, let the devils come out and give you an American Express card.
I mean, it's
But,
not
I
specifically
guess-
an American phenomena because several of the
But-
most wealthiest black pastors are African.
Yeah, I think it's in
so-
Africa, not Europe. I think in Africa it's quite prevalent. We have that in Britain and in Germany and in France. We see it particularly from like Nigerians and Ghana, people from Ghana and Nigeria.
But that's like poo-pooing the evolution thing. Like 40% or more of our country thinks that the world formed in 6,000 to 10,000 years. And so it could feel niche over there. But let me tell you,
It does not
I
feel
mean,
niche over
these-
here.
these
And
are the
we live-
biggest
we live in a
names.
liberal state.
these are televangelists. These are the guys that are on our TVs. I mean, these are the guys who make our ads.
They're going
and are
on
our
talk
billboards
shows and
and are on our
they're
talk
going-
shows.
They're inaugurating presidents.
And so it affects,
and we're
yeah, it
those
affects
OnlyFans.
our waves on her OnlyFans. Exactly.
Again, I can't speak intelligently to the numbers, but a quick rudimentary search says the United States, it looks like it's 17%. So it's less than 1 in 5. Right? So 80% of US Christians do not participate in this prosperity gospel.
18% is a giant number.
It's 1 in 5.
Giant.
I don't know what you mean by
Well,
giant.
that's a lot of people
It's
getting ripped off.
Double the amount of
People want it.
gays.
Hey, hallelujah. So, you know, oh, God bless you, Amy. But no, so I mean, absolutely. I think you may be right. And I don't
Penis
think I
be
would
upon her.
maintain a Christian defense of the prosperity gospel movement. I believe it's probably not the ideal way for Christians to give, nor for Christians to receive giving. I would say that. I think it'd be better to give to a structured church. And because I guess the US has that hyper evangelical televised thing, right? You've got that ability to attract that, and therefore it's open to corruption. Right? It's open to, for example, to false preachers or greedy preachers.
Well, and also just the way our tax system is set up
It's not
to
greed,
favor
according to
churches. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's like Mark mentioned earlier, and myself, I referenced, like John Oliver did a whole episode, like part of it. I mean, maybe not a whole episode, but a whole big thing, and set up a fake church, you know, just to, kind of mock and show how easy it was for anybody to set up a church and to kind of, so, it's not even necessarily just the prosperity gospel
L.
type
Ron
of
Hubbard
people.
did
It's,
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
the
And
Scientologists.
Scientology is in Europe. It is a presence in Europe. You have.
I think
to admit that,
Scientology
Ralph.
is, but it's much more prevalent in the US. It's not very big in
Sure,
relative to-
but it's
relative to
still,
Canada.
Praise L. Ron
still a
Hubbard.
factor. It's
We still
there.
can, and these kind of the issue too is it's important to talk about this kind of thing, whether you're theist or atheist or agnostic, simply because with the global exchange of ideas in the internet now, like Scientology is over in other parts of the globe, not just the United States. It's these kind of ideas can spread, and you never know what environment, what political and social, societal issues may be going on for something to catch on. That's,
I think I agree with you. I probably would take a stricter position. I think such a pastor who is taking money for himself should face something just short of the death penalty. So you won't have me not correcting what I would do to someone taking money in the name of the Lord. I would offer him the strictest capital punishment. So, so we must distinguish corrupt people demonstrating avarice and abusing the faith. And I would punish them strictly.
Sorry, could you say that again? Did you say capital
miss-
punishment?
Absolutely.
For what crime again?
For using the name of the Lord to swindle people out of their money.
so listen,
But you said the name
listen.
of
We
the
might.
Lord in
Do you
vain.
want to build a guillotine? Do you want to build a guillotine?
The United States executes people already, right?
So
I like
what
the
do you define as taking the name of the Lord in vain? Like, do you think that we...
No,
atheists-
wait, careful. Hold on. No. I thought that's where he was going. I feel like that escalated really quickly. He's saying
Yeah.
people who use the name of Jesus to swindle people should
Well, that's
be
what I'm
put to
trying
death.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
But that's still a little
Well,
escalated quickly.
Unlike England, you put people to death, right? In England, we don't have the capital punishment, but in the United States, you have capital punishment, and you execute people for other crimes.
That's not a good thing, dude.
Well, that might be a separate issue, but if you ask me what my moral position is, oh yeah, if you're criticizing them, I'm taking your criticism one step further.
I mean,
so
if we punish the top African guy with
think
the
it's
Rolls Royce,
moral to kill people for simply taking the name of the Lord in vain or using the name of the Lord?
No, he's talking about he's saying the
what I said.
prosperity preachers should be getting the death
The ones who are
penalty.
swindling.
But I don't agree with that either.
Neither do
That's escalating.
But hang on,
That's
do you think
escalating too quickly.
Yeah, but I thought you guys were like moralizing about how bad these people are. I'm agreeing with you.
That doesn't mean
taking
they deserve to die, dude.
But just because someone steals a cupcake doesn't mean we need to throw them off the bridge. I will say that it probably have to.
But I mean, if you're going to put people to death for different reasons, I can't think of a better reason to put someone to death than abusing Christianity for profits. That would teach them.
I like this guy.
I mean, trust me, when you if you cull the top, the rest of them are going to learn pretty quickly, right? They're going to be like, hey, guess what we do that.
Now we just need to phrase that. Let's do Jeff Bezos now.
I honestly think you are trolling, Ralph.
I'm
think
really
you're
not.
trolling.
Actually, I'll be very honest and frank. I don't have. I mean, when I troll other people. But I'm a conservative of the right end of the political spectrum.
You're a loony.
I would have the death sentence for pedophiles. I would do people by crime.
Here's what I say. Yeah, I think he's not trolling. I think it would be much harder for him to actually swing the sword. But that is a different conversation.
Well, listen. But there are. I will say this: there are other people like him, not just on the opposite, on my end of the political spectrum too. Versus like people who abuse power to accumulate wealth, like Jeff Bezos was someone I was that was mentioned in a recent conversation. You spent all this money to go to space when you could have been helping fund NASA, and you also could have been like helping poor countries end world hunger, all this other stuff. Like at some point, how evil is too evil and too far gone. So it kind of goes into like that.
That's easy to explain. If you are, and I assume because you've identified or self-identified on the social justice end, then your moral foundation principle in dimension 2 will fire your equality justice problem. You'll find it unjust and unequal to see disparities of wealth, but that is a liberal value. A conservative value would say if those people at the top were philanthropic, then they should be earning wealth and giving it away. So the question is,
the difference is that I don't necessarily think that all rich people are bad people. I think that, again, there are some rich people who are very philanthropic and also,
I know that myself. Yes.
But at the same time, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife is knocking it out of the park, donating money to charity to the point that people have been making fraudulent social media accounts as her to try and fleece people and scam and harm others. But you have Jeff Bezos who's like, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to space. And
absolutely, because power and wealth does corrupt people, and that's obviously him feeding his ego. And you can imagine he could have fed 5,000 babies for the rest of their life. So I would say that yes, the Christian thing for him would be to be judicious with his wealth, and he should be held to task for that. But because you have hyper-capitalism without any constraints on it, like Christianity or nationalism, hyper-capitalism will create people at the top like this. This is a manifestation of hyper-capitalism. Not capitalism, hyper-capitalism.
It's in here in the States, it's like, we call it endgame Reaganomics after one of our former presidents, Ronald Reagan, who really, some of the policies he put forth really steamrolled into. Well, now we're seeing 30, 40, 50 years down the line, how some of this stuff is not really playing out so well.
Well, that's
Now
another
we're at the
thing.
end game.
I spent a large part of my career in investment banking, working for what you might consider enemy organizations like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. And I understand.
Listen, I have one of my family members worships Jamie Dimon. Dimon. Like, my state is a big banking state. One of my best friends used to handle corporate accounts for entities like the United Nations and UNICEF with a major banking entity here on the East Coast.
And the US,
so it's
has that culture, doesn't it? The US has that culture of what I guess you're alluding to is trickle-down economics, which ultimately has just fundamental capitalism in it. But the net effect culturally is to have a despiritualized and materialized population that worships the material, and therefore the pursuit of a better house, a better car, a better job. Yeah, a better house, a better job, a better car, a new BMW, a new iPhone. This is a manifestation of capitalism and materialism without spirituality.
Yeah, but I think spirituality is a big thing in the US. Has a massive influence.
I mean, it still does, but it's kind of like both exist side by side. The US is becoming a little bit more secular and a little bit more spiritual versus religious. However, let's take politics, for example, here in the United States. It used to be, and mind you, the amount of people that are not Christian, that are politicians is still not to where I would want it to say. But it used to be good luck running for office if you were openly Muslim. Good luck running for office if you were openly gay. Good luck running for office if you, didn't say you were Christian. You could not say anything at all. But people would be like, well, this person's not a person of faith. So, we're gaining ground here in the U.S. My state has the first openly transgender state senator. However,
No, this would be great stuff to debate. But what's the net effect of all the data that has shown, and you can see that in the last election, is the United States is increasingly, by every single metric, becoming polarized. The reds and the blues will not speak to each other. One side you got everything from transgender Muslims, the entire polity of the coalition of the willing, and the other side you have stronger and stronger, effectively white Christian traditional nationalists.
But
I think it's actually calming down again.
You're talking about a nation that's been in a civil war, like compared to when? I would say that it was probably more polarized, with the abolition of slavery and the Civil War than now. So you're basically just taking one.
Well, I mean, here's the thing too. You have to it's hard right now because so the theory is that the people that are making the most noise about those topics, like the white nationalists, everything else, are more so in the minority. It's just they're louder online. And because the internet is a lot more of a thing in the year 2021 than, say, even the year 2001.
That's actually just not. That's actually, if Amy doesn't mind sharing my screen, that's actually, strictly speaking, it's Mark, isn't it? Is that right, Mark? Is it?
Yeah.
Top right? Yeah. Oh, hey, Mark, I remember. Nice chatting to you last time. If you look at the data, that's just not true. So from 1994, in the birth of what we call the global technical infrastructure, the median Democratic and Republican polarization has done nothing but increase. When you compare that against engagement versus non-engagement, the more you engage, the more polarized you get. And historically, going back to the Ways and Means Committee from 1879, you'll see in the start of the 1970s, polarization continues to increase and get larger. This is the entire percentage of non-centrists for the United States. Polarization just increasing in a single direction.
Well, our Overton window here in the U.S. has definitely shifted. The Republican side, the GOP, has definitely gotten way more extreme, and that's kind of shifted our Overton window a little bit more conservative compared to other parts of the world. And it was already a little bit more conservative in the first place. Like, for example, from my understanding, I've had European folk tell me that I would be actually more center, but here in the United States, even though I am not, I joke about I'm getting a magical girl hammer and sickle, but I am not 100% a communist. I believe in a hybrid system. But I'm far left here in the U.S.
Right.
Just for the fact that I can say Black Lives Matter.
But in the US, for example,
you would
but
be,
for
you'd
example,
be
you can't say,
absolutely immoderate in Australia. You would absolutely be immoderate. And
Yeah,
it's
you
weird
might be-
because our sort of leftist party, well, sorry, our right party, which crazily enough is called the Liberals, is more similar to the Democrats than the Republicans, and our left party is a lot left. So everywhere except the US, I've noticed this. It's just sort of, you know, when you're a leftist in America, you'll just be a moderate anywhere else.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's when you do a like-by-like comparison, you're going to get skewed figures compared to Europe, say Australia and the United States. But within any particular population, no, all you're going to do is be increasingly somewhere within the spectrum of the left camp, and the right camp will deny you, just like you would deny, for example, you would say, hey, I can say Black Lives Matter, but you're not going to say White Lives Matter. So I wore a T-shirt. I'm not white. I wore a T-shirt saying White Lives Matter to Speaker's Corner in London, and I got almost 250,000 views and caused an entire ruffle. But if I'd worn Black Lives Matter, no one would have given me a second look.
Well,
The
do
polarization
you
is-
do you understand the reason why someone would say that though? Like, because speaking
Yeah,
as
that
I mean,
anti-white-
listen, I'm Casper the Friendly Hecking Ghost, you know, and I'm a descendant of people who were in the KKK. I can say that, you know, the reason being it's because the whole
That's
Blue
James.
Lives-
Now I
the
get
whole-
it.
the whole Blue Lives Matter, White Lives, it all came up to oppose Black Lives Matter, which was basically started to highlight the injustices and brutality done by police and the criminal justice system against Black and brown people here in the United States. Because here we do have a huge disparity in how Black and brown people are treated like by the criminal justice system and our police officers at large. And even Black police officers have commented on this. And it started mostly because of the death of a gentleman from Baltimore by the name of Freddie Gray, who was basically abused by the police in the process of being arrested, and caused huge protests.
I disagree. BLM is a neo-Marxist agenda. Let me ask you a simple question. Can you name the last 3 white guys in the United States unjustly shot by cops?
The last 3 white guys. Well, here's the thing.
You don't have to Google it.
I can't off the top of my head.
Exactly.
However, this is the thing
Because
that
it's
tends
not
to be.
equal. It's not equal, is it? BLM is given a completely progressive agenda, and it's ratified.
Danger. Politics.
I think
else
we're
been going.
Maybe we should keep this for
off topic.
the
Well,
SJW
I
debate.
do have to. I just want
All
to
it
do
takes
one.
is Ralph
I had
wanting to kill
one
people.
comment.
Suddenly we're off topic.
Well, the reason why I dislike the thing like all lives matter and the white lives matter and stuff is because to my eyes that stuff is politically correct. It's just conservative political correctness this time, because the whole point was that Black people were getting shot, and that they wanted more recognition. They wanted to bring.
They wanted more
Senator
recognition
Ross.
of the police brutality, and that
But
to
how do you
highlight,
know-
hey,
how-
there are some problems with
That
our
was
criminal
sincere
justice
question.
system and how we're treated.
So my thing with when you say all lives matter, well, it's like, well, it would have been all lives matter, but there was a problem here that they're trying to bring focus to.
like wearing separate but equal on a T-shirt during the civil rights movement
Because
here in the
I'm
United
challenged-
States.
If I may challenge you, how did you know and learn about these Black lives? Because when I asked you about white people being unjustly shot, you had no names. You didn't get this out of a vacuum. It was fed to you.
So I also
Wait.
lived fairly close and had loved ones who are in Baltimore. So I didn't get it from I didn't get it from like watching CNN and getting it spoon fed to me. I actually didn't get cable or satellite at the time.
So
But is the claim that there is a hold on, but is there a claim? Is there a claim that there is a bunch of there's a problem out there systematically that cops are targeting white people?
Well, this is a crazy thing. How would you know if you don't have the data on it? So if you look at the best work I've seen from a Black voice would be Coleman Hughes's work. And Coleman Hughes has gone through all the data statistically. He's looked at all the regression studies to work out which bits of this over-incarceration in the crime to prison pipeline can be justified as per capita overrated or not. I recommend the wonderful Black voice of Coleman Hughes.
I can counter that just by saying here in the United States, you are more likely to be arrested and prosecuted and jailed for marijuana possession if you're Black than you're white. Amy and we almost got arrested by the cops But because we were white, we got off. The officer literally said, I can smell it. I can search your car right now, but I've got better things to do. Get going.
And I remember seeing a debate where the penalties, and I didn't know this, the penalties for crack cocaine, which, is the addictions affect proportionately large black people, versus just normal cocaine. The penalties are just, the one for crack is massive and the one for normal cocaine is very minimal.
You also have to talk about police presence in predominantly black and brown neighborhoods. So there's, versus white neighborhoods. And I can tell you, I bought drugs from a multi-million-dollar white neighborhood before. Nothing crazy, marijuana. But there's not going to be cops that are probably busting down that door, because mommy and daddy have a $1 million
opposing point of view.
There's a lot of drugs on Wall Street, but they're not going to be busting down that door.
My family member who worships Jamie Dimon, banking culture. You want to talk banking culture?
Yep.
Cocaine in the 90s was a big part of banking culture.
But they're not busting down the doors of Wall Street.
I'm not denying any
Let me tell you, Ralph, it's not happening.
I'm not denying any of that. And I've lived in the United States, including living in very wealthy areas and in very poor areas too. And I understand the difference between Palo Alto and Oakland, for example, two places I know well and have lived in. But the point nevertheless remains is that you have an asymmetry that causes the polarization. So my simple question to Amarillo is, would you wander around Baltimore with a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter?
I wouldn't, because I don't believe. I know why that's offensive and that's counter to my beliefs and what I think needs to happen. So no, I wouldn't wear it. Not because I'm afraid of getting beat down. I've walked in the ghetto with my freaking cyber dreads on, and I only said the ghetto because that's, what it's typically called. But I've walked around a notoriously poor area in a major city. I've also been in, another one that's, it's not a major city, it's a suburb, but it's notorious for being poor and for having, a lot of problems.
I think my point is you can see by your answers that there's a polarity of the US population, of which 50% would agree with you and stand on your side, and the other 50% will storm the Capitol building to disagree with you.
So I just want to jump in quickly and say, I don't know why you keep doing it. You're saying you can see this and you think this and you're doubtful, and you're doing it in chat. You're telling me how I'm doubtful, and you're telling people that they think this and they believe this. Where do you get these amazing mind-reading powers from? Because I really want to know.
Oh, was that you, Mark, in the same chat?
Oh, yes, that was me.
Well, I had no idea it was you, man. I thought it was some idea. I don't know anyone in this community yet.
So you do a lot of this, Ralph. You go, you think this and you're doubtful and you're this, and you project and project and project. What makes you think you know what Amaretto is thinking?
I don't. I'm just inferring it from. I'm just reverse engineering what she's saying.
Oh, reverse engineering. Okay, you're reverse engineering what she is thinking. Okay, well.
Correct.
Yeah, so it sounds ridiculous, mate. It really does.
No, but ad homs notwithstanding, one good way, I try to avoid the ad homs, one good way to understand people is to listen to what they say themselves. So I listen to what people say themselves, and I reverse engineer their models in real time. Your statements can be reverse engineered, right?
I didn't get that feeling. I really did not. I got the feeling that you were just telling people what they think and what they should,
Part of the problem is because it's like, these are super complex issues. You and I have also just met. So if you want to know what I'm thinking, what my real thought, you can't just, you can make assumptions based off of simple statements. Of course you can. Everybody does. However, like I told you before,
that was fun.
I actually don't hate all rich people, but I am considered a leftist. But when you think of leftists in terms of America, my social justice rogue term, you would automatically think, oh, well, this person is automatically this. There's a set of stereotypes that come along with certain labels and stuff like that. Everybody does it. Everybody makes assumptions. If you would like to know my thoughts, yes, you can make assumptions based on just our brief conversation, but I think you'll have to kind of talk with me a little bit more if you really want to get
Absolutely. And the more I speak to someone and get to know them, the more I can build up and refine my models. But no, I use, if you take the right-wing economic theories from people like Mises, I don't necessarily need to know what you think. I can infer what you think from what you say.
Well,
so when you say, for example,
you can.
I'm going to imply, now X might be, you might agree with X and not X. And if I keep iterating my interaction with you, slowly I'll build up a model that's coherent. It's called the theory of revealed preferences.
And
yeah,
I just want to interrupt you guys.
Me doubtful for a long time when I told you I wasn't. I don't know how you inferred that from anything I've said.
But I just want to.
What is it, Mark, that you believe?
Hold on, guys. Amy wants to make an interjection.
Because I feel bad because I want to. Because once again, I'm looking at V with the stuff. White Lives Matter is you're virtue signaling now for conservatism. So you can say you're virtue signaling. You're trying to go out and say, "Oh my, please pay attention to this." But if you want to get rid of identity politics, the idea is that you don't then lean into identity politics in the other direction. If you just want to say we're all just one big human race, cool. I mean that's
but you can't you have to acknowledge that in parts of the world like the US there are
First of all, I disagree with that. And so to Amy's points, one, no, it's too late to stop identity politics. The only people not allowed to participate are white heterosexual Christians. So they need identity politics because no one else is going to lower them.
It's so hard being a white Christian. So hard.
It's so hard. It's so hard being a mediocre white man when you're in the majority.
Hey, I'm not white. Shoot me. I'm not even white.
I know, but I'm not saying you are. But I'm just saying, as a white person, listen, United States society. United States in general, we've had one black president. United States in general, has been catered to mediocre white men with money. Look at Donald Trump. That man has gotten away with so much.
Donald Trump is not a white nationalist in any sense of the word, but if it's good for black identity politics, gay identity politics, every politics that has allowed identity politics except white people, then it's morally unjust.
No. Here's the thing. What it's been, you're looking at it backwards. What it's been is it's all been only for one sliver that has been I guess not your sliver, but the white ruling
the white male
caste.
Sliver has gotten
what they have
90% of the pie for
is
so
all
long.
of these little pushes, trying to not have to sit at the back of the bus and then have to say, hey, maybe we can't. Well, yeah, maybe even we can come out in the military and all these things. They've just been chipping away at all of the rights that we should have freaking had. But now,
in the first place, yeah.
I don't want the pendulum to swing back the other way.
I don't want mediocre white men to be discriminated in the same way that I have, or that Amy had, or sorry, wrong direction. Amy has. I can't make do with the screen. I forget everything's a flip flop. But that's the thing. I can say Amy and another one of my partners are Jewish. Jewish people didn't used to be considered white. So, and in some places
Jewish
they still
people
face.
are not white.
They're not, but here in America, they're considered white
by
political parties.
So that right there,
the state of Israel agrees with me. The state of Israel agrees with me.
They're wait. They're as an ex-Jew, I want to talk about this. As someone who puts Caucasian on the form specifically because it annoys neo-Nazis, white and black are just labels. It's not that's why also
you're actually right, Amy. Black and white are just taxonomical category labels over genetics, which is real.
But see this
genetics is real, and the label is an arbitrary taxonomical category,
which means that my category would be white, even though both my parents are Jewish.
But some people wouldn't consider you white, but
white.
no. I mean white as in.
European,
what is termed to be not just skin color. We're talking about ethnic background and stuff as well. Right. But you're talking in the 1940s and stuff like that. They weren't considered white. That's why a lot of Jewish. But
hold on.
In U.S. culture now at large, especially among the Christians, they are considered white.
Well,
It's hard to get a word in edgeways. I'm happy to take turns, but what I'm trying to say is the state of Israel and every genetic test, including the state of Israel's genetic test, differentiates between European people and white people, and European people themselves in the history of 109 evictions since Edward Longshanks have not considered Jewish people to be European. So the Europeans don't consider Jewish people white. The state of Israel does not consider Jewish people white. And Jews have genetic markers dating back to 3,800 years in the state of Israel's genetic database to validate you as being a member of the tribe.
But it's so let me real quick. Let me just phrase it like this.
Conversation.
No.
Can I please have a conversation? Okay, so first of all, Jews have been considered white for a very long time. This is a common misconception that the Nazis got wrong. I just want to put that down because the Jews, you can self-identify.
It's not to do with the Nazis. It goes back to the 11th century in Europe.
It goes back to the 11th
900 years before the Nazis.
There's a Jewish comedian called Hofstadter, I think his name is, who has red hair and freckles. Like, seriously.
But what color is this? What color is this? I want you to tell me what color this is.
But you see, that's a common misconception. White is not skin color. Skin color doesn't show up in the top 20 genetic.
But listen,
how well versed you are in genetics.
Wait. What color is my skin? I just want to know what color my damn skin is.
It's white, but Turkish people look white.
Thank you.
Turkish people are white. Barbers and Algerians look white, but not white.
No, they
don't. But listen. But let me phrase it.
I don't know.
I just want to like maybe.
I'm not Jewish. Hang on a second. I'm not Jewish. I'm not white, and the state of
I'm an ex-Jew.
The Jewish community agrees with me, and not with you.
And hold on, I want to comment on that again.
Why are you arguing against the state of Israel?
Points. Well, I mean,
there's plenty of reasons to argue against the state of Israel.
They are in control. They are in control by a right-wing government, and their blood test is not to test for whether you're white or not. It's to test for whether you are one of the multiple tribes that they themselves consider Jewish. Remember, they think this land was promised to them by God, so it's kind of.
But that's separately. God bless God's chosen people, but nevertheless, genetically, the state of Israel will check if you have a J1 marker that no European would have, because they'll be R1ARP.
And
so the science backs it, and the state of Israel and the Jewish people back it. I mean, I'm not white, I'm not Jewish. I've got no dog in the fight. I'm just pointing out white people think Jews are white and Jews
I want you hold on, because I was the one who started this line. Let me phrase it to you. Right? Let me phrase it into a way that's a little bit different. Just so
you realize that, don't you?
Let me just phrase this in a way that kind of gives you the cultural perspective. I'm Italian and Irish American. So when the Irish and the Italians immigrated to America, they were not considered white. They were not. They were just.
Correct.
They were not. So it's assimilation. It's assimilation to culture, and now over time, I'm considered white, even though I'm German and Irish and Italian. I'm still considered white. So it's the same thing has been happening in America with Jewish people.
No, but that's that's actually incorrect in the American history, because the Italians and the Irish arrived very late, 2.5 centuries after the Wasps had built America. America was built by white Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture. The Italians, the Catholics, and the Irish arrived late in the 1850s, 60s, and 70s. So no, they arrived late and then they were assimilated into. So you're still of European stock.
But I'm considered in our culture in society. I'm considered
in
white.
America. Yes, absolutely. Right. You're European. You're not Jewish.
And my ancestry, part of it, I don't even know what it is. My grandfather was in an orphanage, and the orphanage burnt down, and they lost the record. So part of me, I've got no idea. And to be honest with you, I don't care. It's only
you don't have to care. It doesn't make a difference. Back to the DNA test and find out what you are.
But I do want to drill down to the facts. But I want to reiterate, they're not testing if you're white or black, right? They're not testing that. The Israelis are not testing whether you're white. That is not a white test.
J1 marker.
Okay, but not. So basically, they're testing if you have possibly what they consider Semitic blood, which is kind of like in between the Arab continents and Europe anyway. But it has nothing. You could be a black Jew, you could be a white Jew, but this is my thing with just being an ex-Jew, because I have people tell me that I can't also not leave Judaism forever, and they tell me I can't be white. And it is the weirdest thing because my race changes depending on someone's political affiliation. The more right-wing someone is, the less white I am. And the more left-wing I am, the more white I am.
The majority of the most far-right people in the world are not white.
That's not what I said. The more right-wing you are,
far right.
The more like at least here in America, our lived experience is, and especially for Amy, because they're considered Jewish by a lot of far right people. But you didn't used to be considered Jewish until I think like my other partner was said, I think it was around like the 1980s, the Republican Party started to finally really court Jewish people, and they're considered like white to them now. And but versus they used to also versus like they used to the comment and the belief that Jews are bad people, they're greedy, you know, a lot of like stuff that was but I'm just saying, like, it's the cultural, their view has shifted.
If Amy shares my screen, if she doesn't mind for a second, I'll show you what Stanley uses. And this is not me. I'm not white. I'm not Jewish. They're all God's chosen people, right? And that shows you quickly what the difference between Europeans and Jewish people are, right? You're going to have a haplogroup map, and you see the little green stuff sitting underneath the blues. The blues are European people, aka taxonomical category white. And the little green sliver for the J1 haplogroup is what the state of Israel will trace. Now, you can have Ethiopian Jews. Notice how it goes down the Nile, the green bit, all the way to Ethiopia. They hold the J1 gene group. So Europeans are not Jews, and Jews are not Europeans.
And the Jews are not real Europeans. That's because Jews are a religion. So you can be a European Jew, you can be an Arab Jew, you can be...
No, it's also an ethnicity. You must have the haplogroup marker, otherwise the state of Israel won't
there are
react.
some people that consider, you know, like one of my other partners, you know, I try and phrase it in a certain way. They're not atheist, I think, like Amy, but they're not a practicing Jew either. But it's like, you know, I'm like, well, is ethnically Jewish? And they're like, yeah. that works.
Yeah,
so I think it depends on who you talk to too, because this is the thing, depending on where
secular
you live.
Jews, right? The secular Jews have the genetically Jewish, but are not religious.
I agree, just like there are secular Christians and there are secular Muslims.
Yeah, but genetically, Jews and Europeans are different tribes.
Well, there were a lot of people that immigrated from there. So immigration becomes a thing.
Wait a second. I thought skeptics liked evidence and reality. I'm surprised that you're denying reality.
No, it's just you're telling an ex-Jew about themselves.
Well, and I would also like evidence. You're presenting what I would call an infograph. I've spent a lot of time on the poll board of 4chan. And that is basically all they give. They have lots of infographics. But like the moment that you say race is something different than the color of your skin, I don't know what we're even talking about anymore. It is nothing to do with white or black now. It just means you can assign people whatever you feel like.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, I'll tell you what. Let me
tell you an example, because this has happened before. Do you guys know anything about the Rwandan genocide in the 1990s?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, vaguely, yeah.
So the basis for that was you had the Tutsis and the Hutus. So Belgium was the colonizer of Rwanda for a period of time. They used to distinguish who was Hutu and who was Tutsi based on factors like how big your nose was, the color of, you know, if you were light skinned. Basically, if you were considered better and more aesthetically attractive to the Belgians, you were assigned to be Tutsi, and you were given extra privileges and power. And then when Belgium left and gave the colony back to the people, they gave it back to the Hutus instead. And that kind of, you know, that systematic discrimination, you know, and racism that the Belgians introduced during the time they colonized Rwanda helped lead to the genocide. And
that's true. There's actually, you can trace the genocide. It can be traced. I think it's 18 people in a particular operation. But nevertheless, first of all, I take issue with the term racism, which is a Trotskyian word, a word invented by Trotsky in the 30s, Prior to the 1930s, the word racism did not exist in the
Well, then
lexicon.
let's.
So it was
Do you
invented-
take term with the term prejudice? Is prejudice
everything
okay?
This is not a problem, but if I may, what I'm saying is no. So if you look at the lexicon, the word racism doesn't show up in history until the 1930s as Trotsky's misinterpretation of Marx misinterpreting Hegel. So there's now prejudice absolutely is the in-group out-group preference correct. Last quick point is race has nothing to do. Race has nothing to do with skin color. Race, and I'll give you an example. Right during the COVID crisis in Britain, there was a scream by a National Health Service to get more black people to donate blood. There was a shortage of blood from black people. So the differences aren't skin color. They're all the way in your entire anatomy. So to say race isn't real is just flies in the face of science.
So this reminds me, and what you were saying earlier about, the poor white people, it reminds me of the Christian persecution complex, right? Where they're basically, we're having our rights taken away from us because we can't pick on gays and trans people and all the horrible crap that they've done in the past. And so when you start to equalize things, right, this persecution complex says, you're taking away my rights to be a dick. That's basically what you're doing.
No, that's your proposition.
And that's.
And then Moretto's gonna come by and say, "Bake the fucking cake, bitch."
No, I don't think that's. I think most white people don't say that.
And so, to get us back on topic, I'm going to tie that in with what we were talking about, which was the Christian.
And you know what, guys? I haven't slept very much, but I'm going to have to bounce anyway because I'm back. But thanks ever so much. I'll come back some point as well. But I haven't slept very much for about 3 hours.
And I will say, and Ralph, as always,
6 hours short.
we love the spirited debate. That's actually what we're looking for. So hearts as always.
And if you want a proper debate, I'm happy to have a one-on-one with Amarillo on social justice if she's up for it.
I will say that might be exciting to get a first
I'll email you.
political debate me brah. That's right.
Debate me about politics, left versus right? How smash social justice.
We would have to define some things first, just because, we were talking about, the U.S. Overton window is a tad different, so we have to establish.
I can do it on the U.S. I'll do it on the U.S. landscape only for you.
Oh.
Okay. God bless, guys. Take
I
care.
can only get so hard.
Peace out.
And guys, we have only about 15 minutes, I think, before we roll into intros or outros. You see, my brain is melting. And I try, that's one of the few subjects you can feel me getting even taken down the rabbit hole, because I've just, it wasn't until I was sheltered until I was in my 20s. I had not even heard the word Ashkenazi until I was in my 20s. And then I just, you get told who the real Jews are, or all this, the Jewish question, and all this stuff. And I mean, had
listen, that's what happened with my ancestors. Gosh, not just German, but gosh darn it, it's gonna Prussian. Most of my family on my dad's side, I think, is from Prussia, immigrated from Prussia. So my Prussian ancestors, my German ancestors, my Italian and Irish ancestors, it's the same thing. It's are you white enough? Are you white? What is your level of whiteness? White Anglo-Saxon pride, how much, it's the same kind of bullshit. It's, you're not white enough. You're not the true whites. But now, look, years into the future, most people, we're white people. And in fact, honestly, there's a lot of issues that we're talking with race. Boston is a very racist city. The Irish and Italian Americans up in Boston, very, very racist, which is unfortunate. But that's just one example, you lose the perspective of our ancestors were treated like this, 100 to 150 years ago. And, now you become part of the in group, and you don't even recognize that you're perpetuating the same bullshit that was, perpetuated on your forefathers. And, it's dumb.
Also, this may be a little bit too, I forget what the song, Imagine There's No Heaven. But, the race, the religion shtick, all the things that actually drive us apart, we can get over those.
Yep.
Those things that we just naturally draw borders and to.
Listen, we saw it earlier. He describes himself as a conservative, and then it's like, do you want to build a guillotine?
Well,
yeah, it's such a
well. I would just say I
beloved
want
Christian killer.
Well, no, he's just like, we might, want to say, Mr. Creflo Dollar over here.
Put him to the dead.
Well, my thing is just if you want to end my olive branch to conservatives.
Listen, if you want to make sure people get in line.
Because I don't even go by labels.
A guillotine works wonders. The French can tell you that.
Well, my appeal to conservatives, because
you're already planning the execution of the bourgeois.
I know. No, I mean, I am a fan of markets. I don't even know what my political spectrum is anymore. It's that if you want to end identity politics, because it's a big thing in the comedy community, which is what I actually consider my ethnicity, is that if you want to end all these stupid barriers, the I say this because, or whatever label, then we have to, all of us, walk away from it. If you're going to say statements like all lives matter, you have to act like it and drop the labels.
Listen, because Kittens is like talking to me off screen about my comments about let's build a guillotine. And, she's like, I'm like,
that's
listen.
part of the course in that house.
Listen.
Night V.
No, he's like... So he's like saying it worked out well for the French. The guy who started it ended up getting his head chopped off. And I'm like, listen, buck around and find out. It doesn't matter who you are.
And what he was saying is, he's basically saying anyone who not adulteries the faith, trying to think what the right word is,
apostates.
That does the faith wrong. Well, not even apostates, because that's what we're doing.
I think he's more like, if you're manipulating people in the name of God for your own selfish benefit to accumulate wealth and abuse people, and I'm like, listen, I will pull up my guillotine PD, let's build, we're not going to build. But something. But I'm like, listen, this will be a wholesome family activity. We can teach Kai how to build a guillotine. It'll be great.
This is a model.
But then you just get obviously the guy that owns the guillotine is going to be the one to take all of the money, and all of his, political rivals are going to be the one preaching God erroneously for their own benefit. Suddenly, the guy with the guillotine is the one who seems to have all the power for some reason.
Again, checks and balances. You have more than one guillotine.
You have to have a guillotine.
You have to have more than one guillotine. Guillotines for everybody.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
This has been going on for a long time. For those of you who aren't experts in Catholicism, they have a doctrine called purgatory, where even if you all your sins are forgiven, you've done all the sacraments or whatever, most people would still not be ready to go to heaven when they die. So they'd have to go to purgatory, which is like in between heaven and hell. It's not as bad as hell, but it's definitely not pleasant to be there while your sins are being removed from your soul so you can go to heaven. But in the Middle Ages, actually up until about a few hundred years ago, the church decided, well, what if you die, but you'd rather not go to purgatory and be punished? You just want to go right to heaven. Well,
give me some money.
We could sell you a passport out of that. And
what was that called? God,
indulgences.
Indulgences. Thank you.
Yeah. So they even had a guy. I think he was a Franciscan named John Tetzel, and he would go to towns. And eventually the church had to suppress him because he was just being too crazy. But he would have all these people dressed up as demons. He would be trying to scare people about hell. And he would actually have a torch out and he would stick his hand in the fire of the torch for maybe 5 to 10 seconds and pull it out all black and charred and burnt, and have the people look at it and say, that was 5 seconds. You want to be like that for years? Because you could be in purgatory for millions of years, according to some of them. And yeah, or you could pay a little bit of money and you won't have to worry about that. Also, you could buy an indulgence for your departed friends and relatives. If your dad just died and you'd rather not have him burn in purgatory for a billion years, you can do that. You can buy him out of it.
Just gotta get those big bucks.
And those guillotines. Gotta get those guillotines.
This is going to be
penile
a running
guillotines
joke, isn't it?
to remove phallic from.
Guillotines for all 2024.
Guillotine lives matter.
Mm-hmm. I will say, this will be the last thing I say about it, because Reservoir said it. I actually found that is where the one vehicle of political incorrectness tends to be used for good, is comedy. I feel like comedians know how to generally take really bad subjects and flip them around for the good. That's why I love comedy so much.
Robin Williams, man, that man, I mean, if there was anybody I think is going to heaven, if there is a heaven, like, you know, Robin Williams, hands hecking down. But, I mean, that's your belief, but, you know, comedians tend to be, like, really...
No, we know.
Really effed up, but, yeah, really good people. So that is a good point. I agree.
And okay, I will say we only got 5 more minutes left. We have been midnight ranting. We did have a little bit racial back and forth, but hey, bit on topic. But we like things gone spicy. But we've actually had some good back and forth about prosperity gospel. Something that James and I have talked about being our pet peeves. Mark said it was one of his pet peeves, is just, you know, it's really filthy. You're taking advantage of the people who need help the most. It is like the worst combo.
Give them less money and give them more guilotines.
Everetta's got a theme tonight. Guillotine all night.
The new shot word. Every time she says guillotine, you got to take another shot.
Hey, you guys
Bring
have
out
seen the Peter Papa
Captain
stuff,
Morgan.
haven't you? With James Randi?
Yeah, I mentioned him very early in the
we
segment.
should do a James Randi podcast. We really haven't given a shout out to him. Yeah.
Was that the guy that did Randy Foundation? Is that the ex-magician?
Yeah, James
Randi.
Yeah,
he was brilliant.
Who would test guys.
Yeah.
I love the one
small guy.
The one spiel he was short. The spiel that he had where he would take an entire bottle of homeopathic sleep medicine. He wouldn't tell him what it was. He just whatever. It's like, oh, don't take more than 2 in a day. He would take the whole thing, and then 10, 15 minutes later, he'd tell him, by the way, I just took an entire bottle of sleep medicine, and I don't feel a thing. I'm wide awake. Don't waste your money on that shit. It doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Now that's
my favorite
is just a pet peeve for me. The homeopathy. Just
we should completely do a podcast on homeopapathy, because they're still selling that shit in Walgreens.
Just blatant fraud. Yeah,
I don't know if you ever
fraud.
Penn and Teller used to do a bullshit show that was really
absolutely
that did that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, it was really good.
When people ask what is your podcast like, I'm like kind of like a Mythbusters bullshit type.
Yeah, I can see it.
But sending love to all the people in chat. That's right, buy my DVDs. We need to do more Kent Hovind stuff too.
Oh my god!
So I don't know if you guys see the content Atheist Junior's been putting out on Kent Hovind, and he's always put every couple of days more interesting content about that. So when you do buy, Yeah, when you do buy products from KenHoven.com, he's got that little compound in Alabama, that little cult thing going on.
I want
Atheist
to
Junior
infiltrate his
spoke.
compound. I want to do
You
it.
went last. Atheist Junior, he talked to a lady who got thrown out of Ken's compound, and while she was there, she was working in the kitchens there because there's 20 to 30 people there, so somebody's got to be pretty much making food all day. This is southern Alabama. In the summer, gets pretty hot, but Ken does not allow them to have the air conditioner on. That's right. He makes them slave away in the kitchen with no AC because, well, we could save that money to buy more Jesus stuff. It's just...
Well, I'm not going to comment because I may be debating the man soon, so I'm not going to.
Oh, boy.
I still think I have the best idea, which is just gotta wear that Hawaiian t-shirt, glasses, slick your hair back, have a cup of water with you. It's okay.
Hi, my name is Amy Newman.
Cute wigs.
Oh, yeah, one of the...
Oh my gosh.
Hi, I'm Amy Newman to buy my DVD. I'm just looking to buy your DVD
I'm
here.
Amaretto and buy my OnlyFans.
He likes his sexy massages, Amy. Maybe he would be interested in paying you for one of those so you can, give him a body rub.
I don't know if Kent can afford me.
I'm pretty sure he could. Well, he'll sue the government again for $1 billion this time.
He'll take it off his taxes.
Rights.
Sounds good,
I
Gore.
don't want my taxes to go to preach your religion in schools. Like, your taxes can't really? Well, I pay all sorts of taxes. I pay taxes all the time.
Reservoir of Gore? Is that how you say it? Reservoir.
I will say sometimes I do like to have a mouthful, so maybe I'll go either way.
Nice.
But on that note, we are going
to some chicken.
Oh my!
On that note,
yes,
Amy loves to be on her knees.
I do.
Where's Peter with the soundboard when you need him?
I know, right? I miss his soundboard.
And I need to get my soundboard working. I've said that probably for like 2 months now or longer. It's going to happen in a role play, but we are bringing out the mimes and going into outros. Woohoo! It's been past 4 hours of fun. Woohoo!
You just gotta have faith, Amy. Have faith.
We just gotta have faith. We have been midnight ranting about a whole bunch of subjects, but also we have been talking about prosperity, Smoshperity, or the prosperity gospel. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
I don't think people can find me because I'm not really on much. But my final thoughts are, thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. That this is good brain food for me. Like I said in the past, I'm just some regular guy out here. I don't have any of my own fancy talk shows or a YouTube channel or anything like that. So I guess you just have to find me here hanging out with you guys. That's it.
You heard it here, an Amy Newman exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, Joe.
Yep. See you guys around.
Have a good night. Thanks for coming on the show.
And yeah, we're glad for joining you. Keep on coming back.
No, I will.
Come every day.
Just not on her sheets.
Just not on the sheets, damn it.
Amaretto already has that covered.
Oh, baby.
And speaking of
YouTube baby one more time.
The social justice rogue, we have been midnight ranting on a whole bunch of topics as long as the prosperity gospel. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
You can find me on Twitter at Amaretto Kitten, talking all sorts of stuff. Haven't yelled at a transphobe lately. I feel kind of dead inside.
Oh,
not really.
No turf wars.
We'll do a stream on that shortly. So
listen,
we'll bring it back.
J.K. Rowling, I hate your guts. you want to talk about differences between Europe and the US? Let's talk about the British turfs. Holy heck. Anyways, yeah, no, just being kind of chill. 'Cause like I said, been dealing with stuff with my mom. So otherwise, you can just find me on here. My YouTube channel doesn't have any content on it yet. But, chit chat with me and hit me up and follow me on other parts of the internet. And hopefully we will have that content out before the end of the year. Cross my fingers. It's like everything's just been crazy. So if it's like every month something new comes up, go figure. But I love you all.
Go figure.
Yeah, love you all, Mark. Good to banter with you as always. And James
Fantastic.
and Amy, same with you. And every guillotine.
Much love, Amaretto. Much love.
A guillotine for every man, woman, and child in envy in your country, 2024. Eat the rich.
Thank you so very much, Amaretto. Guillotines for everybody.
I'll be the
Sending love
Oprah of
to you back.
guillotines. I'll be the
You
Oprah
get
of
a guillotine,
guillotines.
and you get it. Everybody gets a guillotine.
You get a guillotine. You get a guillotine. You got one.
Thank you so much, and Amaret, always a pleasure to hang out with you. It's always fun. Thank you, Amy and James and Joe and Ralph and everybody that came on. Thank you very much for tuning in. Do like and subscribe for more Midnight Ranting fun. Yeah, and we're gonna rise up and do this again soon, I'm sure. I'm not really running a channel or anything. Hey, I just bought a microphone though, like a proper microphone, so I might get that rolling.
Progress! Yay! Any progress is still progress.
You got another debate coming up, don't you? I thought I saw something coming up.
Yeah, so I've got one on Praise's channel against Hoven, but that's next month, so I'll probably come on here and announce it when it's coming up or whatever, and that one's on the Arc.
And assuming he doesn't back out and run away.
Well, life happens to people. I don't like to think that way. I hate the whole, oh, you're not doing a debate, you're a coward kind of thing. It's just ridiculous, like it's just really terrible. No, I'm just going to go on there and have some fun because I really enjoy it. So, I really enjoyed the last one against Neff. I enjoyed the one against Gavin. So, I had a blast. But yeah, no, if my YouTube channel is out there somewhere, if you want to search the internet to find it, but I'm really not too concerned. I just will post whatever, whenever.
Does Amy have your link?
Lazy fair attitude. No, probably not. Probably not. I'll shoot it over sometime.
She'll add that to the list, yeah.
Yeah, sure. No worries. But yeah.
You said it's going to be on Praises?
I think so. Is it Praises or who's the other one?
SFT.
Standing for Truth.
Yeah, I think it's on SFTs maybe. I would have to find it. I don't know.
That sounds possibly correct.
I
feel it's like that's
but...
Oh, don't taunt me.
Yeah,
it's such hard work. Like seriously, I don't really want to get into that. But anyway, it was wonderful to see you all, hang out with you all, chat to you all. Much love and journey well, everybody.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so very much, Mark, and good luck. And all right, with that, we are handing the keys to James. James, land us home.
Well, here we go. Wow. So thank you guys for watching along with us. Thank you guys for listening to Creflo Dollar at least make his case. At least we got to hear straight from the horse's mouth from a legitimate millionaire prosperity preacher with 2 Rolls Royces and a private jet, $65 million private jet, how he did it. So he did faith. He had faith. So I guess that's the secret. So we've all been doing it wrong, I guess. So, hey, but thanks for coming along on the journey with us, and we will be back shortly.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
And thank you so very much, James.
I'm glad the video turned out to be good for content because I just found that right before the thing, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Didn't know which way. At first, I was like, oh, is he just going to Tony Robinson it? Because, that would have almost made him look good. But no, he had to go there. He had to go for...
A lot of word salads and non sequiturs. And
he was going for gold in the Scumbag Olympics.
He said so much and said so little.
Yeah.
But we're used to that, aren't we? And all right. I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Midnight Ranting, Prosperity, Smoshperity, or a discussion on prosperity theology that was worth its weight in gold. I want to thank Abundance. Yeah, I like that little wrap-up. Like, the entire discussion or lecture that he's giving is how to get abundance. And he's like, but I'm not a prosperity gospel preacher.
Greed?
Oh, really?
No.
What?
No, greed.
This book? What? No.
It's grace. The gospel of grace. It would be very gracious if you gave me all your money. Thank you.
I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Mark, Amaretto, Joe, and Ralph, along with our lovely viewers, the people in chat, and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. If you're feeling fancy, so amazing. So amazing. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woohoo! And then set that bell icon to all so you can see our premieres and join our live streams. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon.
And also, Amy fix her soundboard.
It's just a role play.
At least with us, you know what you get. The product
I do like being on my knees.
The product is us. You know what you're getting.
Yes,
exactly.
ma'am.
And you get so many more fun props. Oh my Jesus. Oh Jesus. I got Bill Burr hanging in the back of my throat.
Oh my gosh, so many.
You grabbed the wrong thing, Amy. You grabbed the dildo instead.
I haven't subscribed. Amy, I haven't subscribed yet. How dare you? You can't bust it out yet.
And you can find our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman. And we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everybody.
Amaretto got the slap chop. You'll love these nuts.
You're gonna love my